So I don't know what I'm more happy about, the fact that I have my own theme music, or the fact that a member of my community made me my own theme music. So that's kind of cool. It's Wednesday, guys. It is Wednesday. I can't believe it's Wednesday already. These weeks, man, these weeks are just flying by. Uh Oh, but you know it's not flying by? My intermittent fasting window. I'm starving. Hopefully once we get started with the show today, the the hunger pains will subside. Ah, I'm telling you. So, I got to say the the stealth video is really popular on YouTube. I put that video out, and my videos get a fair number of comments. I get a large number of comments per video. People like to talk. People like to leave comments on that stuff. I haven't had a video get this many comments this quickly in a long time. Average video of mine will get about 100 comments. And the stealth video is already up to 42. It's only been out for like an hour. So, but it's good to see you guys here already. I know a lot of people like the Wednesday morning show. Well, Wednesday morning for me, this is Europeans' more realistic window for them. Just saw the stealth video. What's up, guys? There's a lot of you popping in. I'm happy to see you all. I'm definitely happy to see you all. I do want to let you guys know I have a hard stop today. Usually the shows can go between 4, 6, 7 hours. I have to drive into town and get a flu shot. The whole family's getting flu shots today because our youngest daughter can't get sick with this pandemic going on. So our little one is got a hole in her heart. Well, she was born with a hole in her heart and diminished lung capacity. So everybody in the family has to get stuck by the doc today, get a flu shot. Hopefully with masks, flu will be less likely. We all got the swine flu 5 years ago. That sucked. That I never want that again. Never, ever. I'll take a lot of illnesses. That made me just about as sick as I've ever been. So, but let's talk Ashes of Creation. You know what? We did the world size video the other day. I put that out. There's been a lot of good comments. A lot of people got some valid concerns. Ashes of Creation may not be too casual friendly. And I don't know if Ashes of Creation needs to be casual friendly. Ashes of Creation isn't trying to be the next WoW. It's not trying to be the next game with 12 million 12 million active subscribers. They don't need 12 million active subscribers. A lot of people don't realize that doing some just simple math, I think the break-even point, is somewhere around like 2 million subscriber months, and 2 million subscriber months, and they would break even. I don't know if I've done that recently. I don't know if I actually did the next evolution of that, taking taxes into account. But they don't need to have 12 million people monthly for Ashes to be a success. Now, obviously, 12 million people active monthly is going to give them the kind of money we want for voice acting and badass CGIs and faster content development cycles. But a lot of people are like, well, they need to make the game more casual friendly. Remember, anything you do to make a game more casual friendly also helps the hardcore people. My brain turns off when I play games that are catered towards casuals, and I stop enjoying myself. Yeah, I agree. Casuals are free loot pinatas. We need them. That's not nice. That's not nice. Don't pick on the casuals. We need them. Unless you want to go out and do the low-level gathering, the low-level crafting, we do need casuals. But what really kind of bothered me, first of all, I'm really proud of the people. I am really, really proud of all the people that kept throwing out the Pythagorean theorem. I was like, I'm glad that the Pythagorean theorem is alive and well. The problem is that just because you know the Pythagorean theorem doesn't mean you know how it gets applied. The Pythagorean theorem for deciding how quickly you can travel across a zone. And first of all, this takes me all the way back to the first video I did in the crash course, The World of Vera. People keep saying zones. And you can't just apply your own words to the map, okay? There's no zones. There's no zones. But people keep saying, well, I can travel across the continent in half the time. No, you can't, because you can't. The terrain. It's why in the world size video, I thought this was going to get the point across. I specifically did an open plane and said, okay, you could travel directly there. And I said, no, you can't, because you got to apply the terrain. And apparently people missed the whole terrain part. So the Pythagorean theorem doesn't come into effect when talking about traveling across a zone or a continent. Because there's stuff in your way. Trees, mountains, rocks, rivers, streams, lakes. You got to navigate around those. I'm really hoping the traveling content will be interesting enough, because they should be possible to do with 1 hour a day. I don't know what content people think they're going to do in 1 hour a day. I think there's stuff you can do if you only can play an hour a day. But if you only have an hour a day, and I know this is going to be weird, guys, as a guy that makes money based on how many people I bring into Ashes of Creation, by a guy who makes money based on having a much larger Ashes of Creation pool, I don't know how much content you're going to do in an hour a day. I just don't know. I think you'd be better served playing some different games. Now, if it's an hour a day during the week and then you have playtime on the weekend, that's a different story. And then somebody said, well, what about the people who only play 3 to 4 hours every couple of days? You're not the target demographic for an MMORPG, so don't expect anything to be done to cater to you or to accommodate you. Remember, every style of game has a target audience. MMORPGs are sort of targeted to the people who are playing almost like a job, almost significant hours. I hope it's not so casual friendly. I consider myself casual for the most part, but playing a game made for casual ends up being less fulfilling. It's just so easier even over time. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't want a game developed for casuals. I want to play a game that has meaning. It's like I tell you guys about Final Fantasy XIV. Yesterday, and I'm going to tell the story about the Bose headsets, these headsets that I talk about. I actually have to withdraw my recommendation for you guys, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. But I play Final Fantasy 14. I only have to do two raids a week. I actually have to do nothing but run the Copied Factory and the Puppets Maker. And that's it. It takes me about, I'd have to say 80 minutes a week. I only have to invest 80 minutes a week into Final Fantasy. I do that, and I'm completely caught up on all my content. I'm caught up on the current raid. Now, of course, I'm playing one tier down in Final Fantasy. I'm not doing best in slot. I'm not doing savages. I have no desire to do the savage modes, because really at the end of the day for me it's a theme park. I can do the content and there's no open world PvP, so I don't feel that driving need to get the best in slot gear. They do just need enough people to fill a server. They need enough people to fill about 10 servers, and if they can fill about 10 servers, they'll be doing fine. The video was great. I knew there were 103 nodes, but I never projected it on an actual map. I just assumed each continent is like 20 times 15 nodes for some reason, but it's more like 10 times 5 nodes per continent. Nodes are huge. Yeah, they are. I'm actually going to, I'm going to be doing a web page talk on some stuff. A guy on my Discord, Noodle Guitar, he's amazing with map, like, algorithm, and he laid out like a potential where the nodes are going to be. He's working on another project. Once he's done with that, I'm going to try to give his project some life. If he doesn't do it, if he does it as a video, then I'll just reference it. But if he doesn't give it life in a video, I will. His maps are amazing. That's where that colored map in my video came from. This is going to be the first MMO I really hope to get into, and it seems casual friendly enough. Risk equals reward, and I like that, and I can accept it even if it's used towards me. Yes, exactly. Exactly. The risk versus reward. If you're not going to invest time, then don't expect the game to reward you. How long do I think until this game leaves alpha and enters beta? Years. You won't see beta until this time next year at the absolute positively earliest. You aren't going to see. Hold on. One of the producers already wants in. Come on, guys. Come on. Okay, this happens every day. Thank you. I know your owner is in school. I'm so sorry. So I get the orange deaf cat during the school day. My daughter's in school. The cat can't be in there because as you're going to hear, she's going to whine and complain. Those are my producers. I have 4 of them. Shout out to the producers. Absolutely. Somebody told me once that I needed to stop talking about my cats or bringing my cats in the room. And I said, no, the cats are more important to me than you. I'm sorry. Plus, I don't want to sit there and listen to them scratch the door. They like you guys. The producers like you guys. That's right. Okay. Shout out to Zetrix for the great work they did on the Ashes 101 website. Absolutely. Absolutely. Zetrix is amazing. Zetrix just sent me updates this morning. I hope down the road I can like send Zetrix like a gift card or something. Maybe pay some Ashes subscription time. But yeah, the website looks amazing. Always making little tweaks to it. Sends me stuff and I have no idea. Like it's just changes. I'm like, okay, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm gonna apply them. Let's see. So beta is not going to be till next year at the earliest. Most casuals also like in-depth gameplay. The main aspect is meaningful content. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. There's hardcore. Where's the camera? There's hardcore. There's casual for MMOs. And then there's people who want to be able to, play an MMO like it's a console game where they can come do it a couple of hours a week on their time. That's not how an MMO works. The game can't be catered to you. Sorry. It just doesn't work. Get to their content for the next day. Yeah, traveling. I just said this. A lot of people think that the game is all about leave your house, travel for 5 minutes, get to a dungeon, do the dungeon. That's not Ashes of Creation. That is not Ashes of Creation in the slightest. You know I'm doing a show, right? You know this, right, little kitten? She's deaf. I'm sorry. You're going to hear her playing with the enrichment toy. She's stressed. She can't go into her mom until her mom is out of school. I'm sorry. I love the risk reward model. This gives exploring the world a whole new dimension of suspense, immersion, and danger. It's a world you should not only be concerned about mobs. Exactly. Exactly. Class question. When you double up on class, such as cleric, will you have augments just as if you took a different class secondary, or just more potent abilities? You're still going to have augments. People keep forgetting augments come from more than just your secondary. Your augments also come from race, citizenship, social organization, religion, and that's just some of them. So even if you play cleric, or you play any of the ones in the boxes, the double downs, you might not get cleric augments if you go cleric, but you're still going to have augments. Remember, the double down classes were once said to be the most potent, but the least versatile. And that's fine, because you need potent classes. There's a Prime sub reaching into Bezos's wallet. Just kidding, he doesn't care. But it's still reaching into there. It's you getting your money's worth for your Amazon Prime subscription. So you're still going to have access to augments. You may not get them from your class. You may just get them from all the other places. I think personally, Ashes will be casual friendly depending on the aim of game. Is it questing and role playing, or if you don't care if you're being of importance to the world? When game has been live for a while, it will be easier to get materials and help on quests and build from in-game as well as content be readily available. Yeah, I agree with you. I 100% agree. There's going to be a place for somebody who plays a couple of hours a day, a place for people who play a couple of hours every couple of days. Now, if you're really putting in like 4 hours a week, okay, I understand that you want to try to be relevant. You're not going to be relevant if you're only playing 4 hours a week. There's just probably nothing for you to do. Maybe separate servers for streamers. Why would streamers have to go to a separate server? Aren't we all just coming here to see the cats? I know, right? Aren't we all just coming here to see the cats? Ashes 101 looks great. Readability noticeably improved. Yeah. Zetrix had to drag me kicking and screaming into better readability. So, you know, that sounds like what I tell people on Discord when I have to have them repeat themselves. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was listening to somebody I like more than you. Usually my wife, sometimes my kids. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. Finally, I get to be here live. Thanks for the content. Hey, you're welcome for the content. Thanks for the support. Seems like the casual ones would be the ones who are trying to enjoy it the most. A permanently changing world with new quests, nodes, and events popping up. By the time they are done with the previous one, they can already jump to the next one. To them, it feels like it is constantly evolving, as they will only look at the game every here and then, while hardcore players won't have that suspense. True. Here, you're talking about a game that literally, you never know if you log in if there's a new expansion pack. There might be a expansion pack that got released in the form of a new node got developed and there's new content. Let's see. Probably more like 4 hours a day and you should be fine. Yeah, I don't even think you need 4 hours a day to be relevant. I think 2 hours a day and you're going to be relevant. I just think that, like somebody said, 3 to 4 hours on occasion. Well, I don't think if you're playing 3 to 4 hours every fifth day, they should be making design decisions to accommodate you. There's no way playing a few hours a week will make you relevant. Yes, I agree with you. 2 hours a day? Sure. 2 hours a day? Definitely. Can you have a career outside of what is provided? Mercenaries, info brokers, and still get paid for it? Yeah. I mean, you can... Mercenaries are going to be a huge thing. Mercenaries are going to be a huge thing in Ashes of Creation. Escorting caravans, helping show up at the last minute just before registration closes to defend a node. Jumping in when it's important on a castle siege. When you're going to be sieging a castle and then having a mercenary group that can drop a siege flag on a specific node in the region that basically lets the people see that their guild leader, their monarch, the guild and the monarch guild can't support them because on the Sunday, let's say siege day is Sunday, and you properly time 2 or 3 sieges, the monarch has to now stress, my castle's under siege on siege day. I can't support any of these nodes in their sieges. Yeah, mercenaries are going to be clutch. Info brokers, the relevancy of info brokers is going to depend on if the cartography profession goes into play. If cartography makes it above the line and stays in the game, then cartographers are going to be some of the most important people in the game. That is going to be a money-making profession, especially if you travel down, say the East Continent, and you make good quality maps of like the far end of the East Continent, come up the west side of the East Continent, and then sail over to the West Continent trading maps, then yeah, you are going to have a very lucrative business, and then vice versa the other way. Because it'd be great to set foot on the other continent and have maps already of kind of where you know you're going. I want separate streamers, servers for streamers, so you're not on mine. I don't want the Paradox cult to kill me. That's okay. We'll come find you. Let's see. Let's not forget there will be arenas and battlegrounds. There will not be battlegrounds. I don't know where people got this in their head that there's going to be battlegrounds like there are in WoW. Battlegrounds are the entire world. Battlegrounds are the PvP themes. Caravans, castle sieges, node wars, guild wars, enemy of the state, arenas, the bounty hunter system. Boom. That is a tier 3 sub for 3 months. That is big supporter. Big thanks. Oh, it's a mist. Hi, a mist. Let's see. So yeah, there's not going to be like Alterac Valley. Not at first. There may be Alterac Valley later on, but probably not at first, because those sort of things take you out of the open world motif. I think you could be relevant if you play a few hours a week, but you'll have to pick a niche. It's like Eve. You could pick a spot and be part of a supply chain that's underserviced. Yes. That is true. That is true. Somebody who plays a few hours a week, as long as they're not playing all of their hours on one day, you could set up a tavern, and as long as you set your tavern up right and it's in the right place, if you could log in every day for an hour, you might be a very successful tavern owner if the tavern is in the right place at the right time. So yes, you could definitely pick the tavern owner niche. The problem is I don't know if you'd be able to. I mean, as long as you had people that were supporting you, like family members, you might be okay. You might have a freehold set up with a processing fee. So there's some things you could do, but I don't want to give people who only have a few hours a week false hope until I can give you some concrete definites. So the theory is there. In the recent video, I heard you saying turning down effects to detect stealth players was considered cheating. If settings reveal a player, it's a problem with the game, not cheating. Twidget89, no, the problem was they were editing their engine INI file, so they weren't going into the settings of the game and changing where the sliders were. They were opening up the Unreal Engine settings INI file, making changes in there, and while that is still a problem on the game developer's end, because you shouldn't be able to access that file, it is a flaw with Unreal Engine. You can make changes on your PC that aren't intended to be made in the settings menu. It's like throwing a mod on top of your game that they can't detect. So true casuals don't care about Battlegrounds or Arena. They log in, talk a bit with friends, explore, and feel happy when they get themselves the new blue sword. One type of casuals, yes. One type of casual cares about that. There are many casuals are not just one beast. There are many species of casuals. Separate servers for streamers, because in New World beta Brazilian streamers literally crashed a server and the Zerg mentality was insane. I hate to tell you something. Putting streamers on their own servers isn't going to stop Zerg mentality. Zerg mentality is going to happen regardless if there's a big streamer on your server. We will not be able to pickpocket other players. Why do people need to be relevant? As long as you have content to do, you should be fine. Yes, exactly. I 100% agree with you. But people want to feel relevant. People want to feel relevant. That's why so many MMOs make you the hero of the story, because people want to feel relevant, and they feel irrelevant in their own personal life. So they like that shot of, dopamine. They like the endorphins when they play their MMO and they feel relevant, like they feel like the hero. Let's see. You make a map in real life, and only if it's good enough do you get it in the game. That would actually be interesting. That would actually be funny. They make cartographers have to paint the maps themselves through Microsoft Paint. That would be funny. Like, Do you fear Intrepid will go public? Since CCP sold, EVE has become more casual friendly. Now we have people complaining that a solo guy cannot own and defend a space station. I can imagine similar consequences if Intrepid does not remain privately owned. Okay, so a big part of the CCP problem, CCP never got as large as CCP needed to get to continue doing what they wanted. EVE Online has never seen more than 60,000 people logged in at the same time. They've never seen more than about 120,000 regularly paid for accounts. The game is 15 years old. It never broke out of its niche. EVE Online was also a one and done game. Most people didn't go back to EVE Online because EVE Online is very, very difficult to get into now 15 years later. With the exception that now they've made it buy to catch up. EVE Online would be amazing if they took all the pay-to-win bullshit out of it, launched a fresh cluster, and then gave the people that are on the old cluster non-advantageous cookies, candies, bonuses, titles, cosmetics, whatever. The problem is that joining a game 15 years later, where it's going to take you months to catch up, or big dollar to catch up, it's difficult to get into. EVE is also hard to get into. It's only for the people who are really about to dive into it. However, EVE is a great game if you get past the barrier to entry. If you can get into EVE, EVE is a great game. With that said, I am not worried about Intrepid going public. Steven doesn't need to go public to make money. Steven is the owner. Like I said, I think the basic math I've done, once they surpass like 2.1 million subscription months, Steven will have recouped a lot of his investment, and they're going to get 2.1 million subscription months. With a $15 barrier to entry, they're going to get a couple of million people try the game in the first couple of months. They'll try it once, they'll leave, but Intrepid still makes the $15 off of them. Let's see. Is there going to be a special reward available for players that want to stay corrupted permanently? No, there are no rewards for being corrupted. There are no rewards for being corrupted. I'm going to say it a third time because sometimes it takes 3. There are no rewards for being corrupted. Feels good to catch another stream of yours. Been catching up on information with your previous stream. Keep up the awesome work. Oh, hey, I appreciate that. Let's see. I would say Battlegrounds would be a good thing due to allowing for PvP practice without punishment. That's what arenas are for. In Lazy Peon's video, he mentions that there will be Battlegrounds. I think a lot of people heard it there. Yeah, here's the thing. There will be Battlegrounds, okay? I wanna clarify that. The Lazy Peon isn't wrong when he says there will be Battlegrounds, right? However, Battlegrounds are open world battlegrounds. Battlegrounds are where PvP battles occur in the open world. So yes, there are Battlegrounds, but what Intrepid calls a battleground is different than what WoW calls a battleground. It's also what I remind people, when you go into a situation, dump your definitions of things, okay? Your definition of action combat doesn't matter. The only person whose definition of action combat matters is Steven's. My definition doesn't matter. Yours doesn't matter. The only people who matter is the Intrepid definition of action combat, the Intrepid definition of hybrid combat. A lot of people were taken aback when they found out that the hybrid combat wasn't Guild Wars 2. And I said to him, well, why would you have thought it was Guild Wars 2? Well, I just naturally assumed. Well, you spent 6 months assuming something, and that's just not it. I'm a casual because I have to be. I care about the game as if I'm a hardcore player. Then you're not a casual. Casual is not determined by your play hours, or hardcore is not determined by your play hours. It's determined by your mentality. You can play 12 hours a day and be a casual. You can play 2 hours a day and be hardcore. So, could you please define casual? It seems nowadays MMO players deem you a casual if you can't know life it as hard as they do. Some of us have real jobs and can't play 8+ hours a day. I think the expectations are different because of this polarization. Yes. A casual is somebody who logs in, loafs around, doesn't have direction, doesn't have a goal, doesn't have an agenda, doesn't have objectives. They log in to have fun. They don't even care about clearing content. That's what a casual is. They're the background noise. They're the person who tends sheep, or they do the low-level gathering. They're more concerned about talking to their friends. They're having a good time for the sake of having a good time. You can play 2 hours a day and be hardcore. You log in, your group is ready for you, okay? Your group knows you logged out at the dungeon the night before. They know you're going to get on at 4. You're only going to be able to play 4 to 6. They're at the dungeon at 3:55, staring at the entrance. You log in, boom, there you are. You group up, you run through the dungeon. You get the dungeon cleared in 90 minutes. You say, okay, guys, I'm going to head off to the next thing we're going to do tomorrow. I'm going to stop on my node. You guys have fun. That hardcore player only played 2 hours a day, but they maximized their 2 hours of playtime. The casual is the guy that you're always waiting for. The non-serious player. Oh, hold on, guys. I'm feeding my dolphin. I'm looking at the sunset. Guys, I can't make it to the dungeon right now. It's like 25 minutes until sunset, and it's a full sun, and it's going to be a full lunar moonrise. Okay, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But don't ruin other people's experiences with it. I mean, it's great if you want to record your screen for the next 2 hours because you want to do some creative content creation. I fully support you doing that. but that kind of makes you casual. It makes you hardcore for your content creation, for your creativity, but it makes you casual in the game. Will swimming have limiters like stamina to prevent people from swimming all over the place? I do not have a good answer for that for you. I can tell you that there was stamina in the battle royale that let us move at twice the move speed. I don't know if we're going to have running all the time. Stamina with running doesn't really blend very well with MMOs, but it may. There may be a fatigue bar for swimming, so that may be why you can't get out to the islands right away. You might need a boat. I just don't have a good answer for you. It's a good question. In fact, that is such a good question. Let me grab it and put it on my question bar. Remember, guys, during the next live stream, it's all about hashtag Jalon interview 3 when. We gotta get Steven motivated to do another interview. They got the hype train with all the big people. Now I got to do another interview with them and get all these like in the dirt questions answered. Any update on the AOC timeline? No. All we know is Alpha 1 is supposed to start this fall. That's all we have. Have they talked about how expansions may be handled in the future? Yes, they will be free. They haven't talked about the expansion. Steven literally hold on, the other producer. Guys, why are you doing this to me? Oh my goodness. 2 out, 1 in. Hello, Mr. Gray producer. Hello. Unfortunately, we found out I can't put the hole in the wall because the hole in the wall would have to go in where Mr. J is. And there's outlets. Come here. Why are you so loud? There's outlets in the wall under Mr. J, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to get these mongrels in and out without me having to get up. You're a mongrel. Okay, Steven doesn't usually just straight not answer a question. Steven likes questions. What it is Steven said, hey, I don't want to talk about expansions. Let me get the core game out first. Cat door in my door? No, unfortunately, I can't put a cat door in the door. The door is a solid core door to stop the sound in the loft. I wanted to move to a new house, but unfortunately, I don't want to build a house now because I'd have to build a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom. If I want my house to be resellable in this area, I'd have to build a 4-bedroom. 3 bedrooms don't do well around here because of military families. The problem is I don't want to build a 4-bedroom house and then my oldest, well, not my oldest, but my teenager is going to be leaving in 4 years to college, and then I'm going to have 2 bedrooms I don't use. So yeah, I decided to just stay here for a couple of more years, regroup. My wife and I will build our home later on. I want to buy a piece of property. I want to put a guest house on it. So like my kids, when they come to visit, there's a separate building for them. You know, they can drop off the grandkids in the house. I want to see my grandkids, but you all stay at the other house. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I can't put a door in the door here. You've never seen me stream at this hour? Yeah, I stream. You guys, if you don't know my schedule is listed down below. I schedule 3 shows a week, and I rotate the time. I'm not like normal streamers that stream at the same time every day. I want to be able to make sure that I can address the European audience, the Oceanic audience, so people don't have to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning to get their questions answered. I'm hoping, I am absolutely hoping my Twitch partnership got approved. Come on, Twitch, help me out, Twitch. Give me a sign. I want to put a stream team together. The streamers that I'm looking for are going to be like the staff at Ashes 101. They're going to be the people who are that you can go to drop in. So my stream team is going to be all people willing to do kind of like what I do, answer your questions. And then a mist is going to be, I'm totally poaching a mist for my stream team. She's going to be like the art teacher because her art is amazing. Amazing. Let's see. There are some interesting methods of letting cats in and out using walkways and stuff like that near the ceiling. Yeah, I saw that. I am thinking about that now. Like up there in the corner, then build a shelf, like a ramp down for him. I did see that. And the nice part about that is you only have to put a small hole in the wall, so that's easy to patch when you're getting ready to move out. Down a little. I also would love to get my new webcam, but in these work from home, study from home times, it's almost impossible to get a webcam. Question, for what you've seen so far from testing and footage, do you think ArcAge is a good game to get into to have an idea on how PvP will play out in Ashes? I think ArcAge is an amazing game to get into if you're using it as an academic study. But what I really need you to do if you're going to get involved with ArcAge is you need to take your wallet, you need to close it, you need to walk your wallet to the other room and set it down, and then come back and play ArcAge. I cannot in any good faith support Gamigo and their business practices until they make a public apology for being total scumbags about lying to the community last October. And totally just basically fucking people over on Unchained. They need to make a public apology. When they do that, I might be able to shush your face. I might be able to support them. But ArcAge as a game from an academic study, yes, would be a good game to go to, not to play and enjoy, but to learn about combat and how part of the combat will work for ArcAge. Yes. How much do you think metagame will be important? Do you think we'll have Eve-style espionage? Hobbs27, Steven has set the game up to have Eve-style espionage. Because you can have all of the characters on your account in different guilds. What's your face? So yes, there's going to be Eve-level espionage, without a doubt. Maybe some Eve-level espionage is already taking place. Maybe one of my 42 alts has already infiltrated your guild. You never know. Maybe I'm already there. Let's see. Recently thought about traveling and adventuring. Hey, that's interesting because I recently did a video on traveling and adventuring. Even with quest-specific inventory, they will have a rough time to balance inventory size to feel adequate with their vision on how people play the game and how big the world is. A transmetropoli-based banking system might be necessary in some capacity for people to not feel handicapped. 6 to 7 hours journeying outside of their node. So here's the thing with that. With gear, you may be able to pull your gear from multiple places. You will never be able to fast pull your gatherables or your processed goods. Finished items you might be able to pull out. The problem is I can instantaneously see gatherers and processors bitching about this because that means crafters could get family pulled across the world and then pull stuff out of their storage. Now, it could be said that you could only pull it out in nodes that you have housing in, but that would still create the thing where people would put a piece of housing on the other continent with an alt. So they got to make sure that it's not abused. I don't know how they're going to pull that out. Posture check. Am I leaning? I am leaning a little bit. I showed somebody my back yesterday from the back therapy, and oh my goodness, hold on. I'm not going to show that picture. Nope. I decided against it. My back looks like I was attacked by a kraken. Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have about 40 suction cup marks on my back because I have to go get cupping done to release the pressure in my back. I look bad right now. My back is sore. That's why I'm kind of like leaning on one shoulder blade. My back is sore today. Let's see. How do I apply for the stream team? You don't apply for the stream team. I come find you. I've seen partner applications take a month, so if you don't hear anything, don't worry. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna worry. Right now, it's full speed ahead on my other projects. It's full speed ahead on all my other projects. We crossed 15,000 on the YouTube, guys. That was a big one for me. That was a big milestone. My videos are getting a lot better viewership. I want to thank you guys for beating. Oh, sorry. I want to thank you guys for beating me up. If you hadn't beaten me up, I wouldn't have increased the product quality. So I've increased the product quality on the YouTube videos. Are you worried at all that the Metropolis nodes will be near the gates because people will just start leveling right off the bat close to where they spawn? No, not at all. I don't care if the divine nodes start off at the, or I don't care if the Metropolises start off at the starter camps, because number one, there's only 4 starter camps and then the one in the Underrealm. That would be a fine place to put the first 5 metros. I don't have a problem with that. I want people to gather up and live in the starter areas because I want to not be at the starter areas. So I want people to not move away from the starter zones. I want them to all bank there. If I can get a week's advantage of people not moving away from the civilization, that's my ability to get my node built up. You guys are being horrible today. You know that? You guys are being horrible cats. Horrible, horrible cats. They only do this because they hear me talking to you guys. Yesterday I was working, door was open. I couldn't get a cat to come in and hang out with me. They hear me talking to you? Yeah. I'm talking about you, yes. When does the game come out? We have no idea. We have no idea. Do you have any good reference that explains game optimization? I never really understood what developers have to do to make a game run smoother. What is game optimization? Wow. Game optimization is yeah, it's not easily explained. And we didn't even cover it. We covered game optimization in like one lecture in Game Design and Development 101. It's literally making each of your areas small enough that you're not trying to load in so many assets that you overload a person's computer. At the same time, not making your area so small that you're constantly making the people load in assets. You know? So, there is not an easy way. There is not an easy way to explain game optimization. In fact, you could ask 10 game developers to define game optimization and you would probably get 10 different answers. Ow, stop it. Yeah, Noodle Guitar, culling, default player appearances, chunking, all part of game development or game optimization. How your assets load, the order your assets load in, what loads when. You know, it's, you ever seen a game that loads stuff in a really backwards ass order? It's good game optimization loads the things in you need to know as a player. That Roz guy subscribed for 2 months at tier 2. Appreciate that. Stop it. Your nails are getting cut today, by the way. Wants to steal my coin. Let's see. Yeah, I feel that would break caravan and economic zone systems if you could teleport and move stuff. Well, remember, you're not going to move finished goods by caravan. Or if you do, you're kind of silly. But yeah, it would definitely, if you could teleport the finished goods around, that would hurt. Can you make underground towns? Yes, because there is Underrealm. There's 100 square kilometers of Underrealm. Any news if Leader of Men started testing already? No, but Leader of Men testing is under NDA, so I won't hear about it because I'm not in the Leader of Men testing. Head Start servers would have different early metros because they can start leveling nodes further away. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Head Start servers are definitely going to give the players the advantage to move away from the gates. But there's so few people that have Head Start. Small groups of people are not going to outpace the masses. I don't think they're outpace the masses. They might be able to get different 3s, 4s, and 5s built, but remember, a guild can't get a node to 5. It's going to take more hands on deck than a single guild has. An alliance, maybe. Currently writing you some feedback on Ashes 101, and notice that Find Me on Twitch notification is live, which is why I'm here now. Seems your website is doing its job. Yes, excellent. That is the point. Don't you think without scaling monsters, it might be harder to get nodes outside of the starting zone because monster levels might be higher? It might be harder to get nodes outside. No, because a level 0 node has a range of content. When the node goes to level 1, it increases its range of content. So, where is it? So this stage 2 node has a much broader range of content than the stage 0s or the stage 1s. As the node levels up, remember the node is only the dot inside of the zone of influence. The node is only the center of civilization. The zone of influence has a range of content. Lower level content near the center of civilization, higher level content the more you move away from civilization. So once you get your node leveled up, there's going to be content for you to do, sort of on pace with your level. Now, obviously, it's going to be better for you if you're in a stage 5 node, then you have a much deeper range of content to do. Will there be a racial edge towards certain classes or trades? Certain classes, yes. Certain archetypes will be favored by certain classes because classes need a primary stat, and your race seeds your primary stats, and then your primary archetype further seeds that, but not trades. Every artisan class can be undertaken by every class or every race. The artisan class system is specific. So in some games, being a blacksmith gives you extra strength, and that benefits you if you're a physical-based character. In Ashes of Creation, the artisan system is a completely standalone system. Now, I do acknowledge that people with stealth often have an easier time with gathering because they can stealth past some monsters, or they can stealth if they get into trouble. The simple solution to that is you just give the gatherers stealth like they do in Final Fantasy. When you're in your gathering mode, you just have a stealth ability, and then everybody's equalized. You just make it so that to come out of gatherer mode is a cooldown, or that stealth ends if you come out of gatherer mode. There's some tweaks you could do for that. I'm a processor making iron ingots. Can I gather low-level materials like iron but not mithril, or not at all? Yes. So you are not blocked out of the low-level stuff in the artisan system. The artisan system is a 3-branch system. So let's say we do iron, copper, silver, gold, and mithril. If you want to mine mithril, you have to be able to make a specific gathering tool, and gatherers make their own tools, which is kind of a nice twist on the system. If you can't make the right tool, then you can't gather the material. Now, if you've gone deep into smelting, you can't go deep enough into gathering to make that tool. Now, does that mean that you can't buy the tool from somebody? I don't know. Does that mean you just straight can't hit those nodes? I don't know, but it's pretty easy to just do the system where you need 250 gathering to hit mithril, but you can't get to 250 gathering because you already mastered smelting. Let's see. I see the issues gatherers and processors would have with that system, but I think the psychological impact of constantly deleting your inventory to make room deep in the wilderness for hours will make people reconsider letting finished items have special privileges when it comes to banking. I think you're confused because you have a finite quantity of how much you can gather. You can't go into the wilderness and gather 10,000 iron ore. Your backpack has a set volume or weight or quantity of gatherables. So your finished goods and your gatherables don't compete with inventory space. Also, monsters don't drop gear. Monsters drop, like humanoid monsters would drop gear, but a wolf's not going to drop a sword. That's not going to happen here. Unfinished goods have the special privilege of mules, after all. True. Back in the day, I invested in Crowfall over Ashes of Creation, and now I wish I could switch it around. I wish I could go back in time and not be an idiot with my Kickstarter. Is character movement going to eventually look less floaty? Yes, they have many animation passes. Many animation passes left to do. Another water question. Will storms and weather effect have impact on sea crossing? Watching the fleet that was going to siege my node sink due to a storm would be satisfying. I doubt that it would make a fleet sink, because that would be like overpowered and unbalanced. Would it make it so the travel time would be increased? Yes. Would it do some damage to the ships? Sure. But would a sea storm do enough damage to sink a fleet? No, I highly doubt it. I've been watching your videos since ArcheAge 101. I love how well thought out and thoroughly researched they are. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I do try to do my best when I research my topics. Could the node level of the Lord node affect the content inside its vassal nodes as it takes over and enslaves it? Yes. It is possible. It is definitely possible that some of that overlap is going to factor in. Now, why can I not? Nodes by the sea, zones of influence. So here's the zones of influence layout that I did. I did them on hex grids just to make my life easy. You can see that expedition is inside the zone of influence of the village. It would also be inside the zone of influence of the town, and then it would be inside the zone of influence of the city. The expedition has its own organic zone of influence. The other zones of influence overlap on top of it due to the vassal system, but the expedition maintains its organic zone of influence. Now, those aren't the zones we need to worry about. We need to worry about the ones where there aren't a node. Those two blank ones inside of the red area, those are zones of influence of a stage 0 node. The node hasn't popped because it's blocked out due to whatever reason. That's where we're going to be interested in knowing what content becomes available there. So the zone of influence system is pretty complicated. There's a lot of moving pieces to it. So we need to just realize we have the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how the zones of influence are going to lay out. I don't know if the parent node is going to change the content inside of its vassal nodes. Do you in any way see the node reset function after a siege causing players to lose interest after a few occasions of it? They will see it as having to start again, frustrating. Or do you see it as only affecting a small minority? First of all, I think anybody that cries that they lose their shit after a siege is the kind of kid that takes his ball and goes home after he gets picked last. It's just the nature of the world. If you're picking teams for dodgeball or kickball or baseball, somebody will be picked first. Somebody will be picked last. It is a cruel, unfair part of growing up. It builds character. Okay? It builds character. With that said, there are people who are going to get their node sieged. They're going to lose their freehold. They're going to throw a temper tantrum and they're going to quit the game. And to those people, I say, thanks for playing. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for trying the game. Why didn't you defend your node harder? Your node falling is a direct result of your failure. You failed. I'm sorry that in this new era, we don't use the word failure, okay? We don't use the word failure, but you failed. You lost. In anything with meaning, there is a winner and a loser. I do see some players quitting after they lose their first freehold. I see some people quitting after they lose their freehold a couple of times. That is just the nature of the beast. I think that people need to realize Ashes of Creation is a game that is about the adventure. It is about the journey. So you lose your freehold. Now you're Bilbo Baggins. And you're quite ready for another adventure. So you have to go find a new place to live, a new place to settle. You have to do these things. And that's what makes it fun. How to make gathering gameplay fun. I don't think you can make gathering gameplay fun because I swear if they put in a mini game for anything but fishing, I'm going to drop a siege flag on Steven's kitchen. I'm going to steal his bread, and his dinner and his quesadillas or his tacos or whatever he makes. Because I hate the gathering minigame and the crafting minigame in Final Fantasy. It's awesome it's awesome for the first 10,000 times you do it, but then it sucks. Hold on. Did I keep it? I started the minigame piece. I want to see if I kept the if I kept the piece. Hold on. Oh, hold it. Give it a second. My storage drives are sleeping. The shoe puffs are sleeping. Wake up. 8:30. Okay. That is the right one. Let me drag that to the desktop. Okay. I want you guys to see the minigame. And this is not even me playing the minigame. Ready? This is me having to make high quality items for something I was working on. Okay? This is the ass pain of having to make high quality items with the minigame. Okay? Watch how long this process is taking me. And I'm using the one button high quality. But just look at the amount of time per item. Okay, and I have the one button craft. Obviously this is not the I have to actually manually go through and craft. This is bullshit. I have a one button craft that high qualities these, okay? Why can if I have a one button ability that high qualities these, why can I not just in this menu say, hey, I want to make high qualities? Why do you waste my time? Oh, is the volume on? I'm sorry. My apologies. Why do you make me do this? Why does the game make me do this? Okay? Why do you make me click? And obviously I could have bound this to a one button macro, but I was doing it for the ass pain. You know, just let me click. I want to make high qualities. Clearly you're wasting my time. You know? Sure, make it one click, but take a long time. If I need to make 30 of them, and this is just a segment. I was pulling the audio to play with the, how am I going to do this segment? This isn't anywhere near the final version of what I wanted to do, but it's ass pain. Don't make me do this. Don't make me do this at all. Because I'm doing a piece on the artisan system and why minigames suck. So I don't know how to make crafting not fun, but please don't do it the Final Fantasy way. There are 3 inventories: quest inventory, item inventory, and material inventory. Yes, it's not that you have a separate material inventory. It's that you have a finite quantity of how much iron ore or how many gatherables or how many processed goods you can carry. It's possible your entire inventory is empty. You have 1 stack of iron ore and you're full. It's kind of like New World in that regard. You can only carry X amount of weight of a product. If trades are standalone, then why does the lore of the dwarves allude to them being master crafts being? That where my racial edge came from. I guess there's a follow-up. Does the lore physically affect abilities? Dwarves being good crafters? No. Dwarves, the lore is flavor. So, yes, dwarves are good crafters. They're also good gatherers. Would you not call my wall? Hey, I'm right here. I'm sitting right here. He's clawing the wall. It's just lore. It's just like when you say the Pyre are good rangers. Yeah, sure, the Pyre are good rangers. So are the other 3 or 4 classes that are favored towards ranger. It's just lore. It's just flavor. It's like I could be a Vec and be I could be a tiny ass little goblin looking Vec and be a fine blacksmith. Or I could be a Renkai and be a great alchemist. The race doesn't matter. They don't want it to matter. I want to know more about the summoner class. How will they be? What type of summons will we have? Will we be able to create a pact with a monster we encounter and use them as our summons? All very good questions. We have no information about the summoner. I can tell you that all of your abilities function through your summon, and that some summoners will be able to have up to 3 summons out at one time. Will the religions have the ability to cause world events? The Grandmaster chooses or the members vote to call a locust swarm. No, I don't think you can. I don't think your gods are send me a plague on demand. Plus, you can't reach the rank of Grandmaster. The social organizations will allow the players to reach middle management. So I could be a bishop in a religion, or I could be a captain in the Thieves Guild, but I can't reach the ultimate high level. Those organizations will always be run by the NPCs. Will siege crafters be able to repair siege equipment? What about repairing gates, walls, and a siege? Possibly if you have enough wood and stone. We don't have any of the mechanics for the sieges on how repair is going to work. Good question. We're just waiting for that mechanic later on down the road. How long is it going to take to reach max level? So I wanted to address this question. It's going to take about 270 hours to reach max level. However, there are also some time gates that are going to slow you down. And by time gates, I mean you reach level 20 and you blitz to level 20. And now you need a stage 3 node. But lifed it for the first 40 hours and you're level 20, and now your XP curve, so where are we? You shot up real fast, you leveled off, and now you're dipping down because there's the stage 3 node hasn't been completed yet, so the content for you hasn't caught up. So while it may only take 270 hours, if a brand new player walks into a fully developed world, it may take you in the order of 300, 400, 500 hours if you constantly reach the next gate. And I use the example of last year when I went to Universal, I really, really, really wanted to ride Hagrid's because it's the brand new ride, right? It's the new thing. It's the new raid in the expansion pack. It's the new ride. Well, a lot of people talk about what their wait time is, and they talk about their wait time only when they get to the ride, and they're like, oh, I spent 3 hours in line for it. But what they didn't tell you is that you got to the gates that morning and you waited there for an hour because you wanted to be at the front of the line at the gate. Then they opened the gate and you rushed your ass off towards the ride. And at some point they had an interior queue area, a hold area. So you waited an hour there. And then when they finally opened the ride, you waited 3 hours because the ride went down. So you had a 5-hour wait. So that 270 hours to max level doesn't include your waiting for the content to become available. Let's see. 45 days playing 4 to 6 hours. Yes, that is roughly it. I think in one of your videos you said, we as the freehold owners, we don't lose the plot. Yes, you lose the plot. And there's a lot of pieces here, okay? There's a lot of pieces with a freehold after a siege. You might not lose the freehold after a siege. You might. It depends on the grace period. And I could spend the next 2 hours talking about the grace period. All right, students, open your book to page 217, freeholds in the 7-day grace period. A wonderful article written by Jalan. I could spend 2 hours talking about it. The long story short is ashes101.com. You two behave yourselves. You're going to embarrass me. I'm going to be called a bad cat dad because you're fighting. Ashes101.com, the freeholds page at the bottom, it talks about the grace period. It links you to a video that specifically breaks down the grace period because, like I said, it's about an 18-minute video to explain all the intricacies of the grace period. Just a clarification, because I've heard a couple of different things. Are you able to master multiple, such as alchemy or cooking, of the triangle edge, or only one? Here's the way it works. Good question. You have to decide if you want to master green, silver, or yellow. If you master green, then you can master many, but not all, of the professions in green. Once you master something in green, you can never master anything in yellow or silver. My wife's going to kill me. I just dropped my foot thing on her head. Well, on the ceiling. But once you master green, you can't master silver or yellow. So yes, you can master multiple, but they all must be on the same side. Let's see. Will animals have persistent populations? Tame too many of one type and they become scarce? Yes. Animals are one of the mobile gathering spawns, and if you hunt them down to extinction, then that might be a thing. If everybody makes it, if everybody starts hunting tidebreakers, Cam, don't hurt me. If everybody starts hunting tidebreakers, you may hunt the tidebreaker population down and they stop respawning as quickly. Just like they can control the respawn rates of the iron nodes or the trees, you know, they can change the respawn rate of the tames as well. Let's see. I like crafting that's not AFKable. If it's AFKable, you aren't even playing anything. I agree with you. I want to clarify what I was saying. Final Fantasy XIV is a pain in the ass because they give me a one button high quality this. Okay. I literally have, as you guys saw in the video, in fact, I'll pop it up again. You see me on that bottom bar is my quality bar. And I hit one button and it takes me all the way to a high quality item. These items are like 50 levels below the cap. I need them high quality for the project I'm doing. I could fast craft them at normal quality. I just hate the minigame. Obviously, I'm going to do a larger, longer video on the minigames in Final Fantasy and why we don't want, well, why I don't want those in Ashes. But I do agree with you. I shouldn't be able to high quality auto craft stuff at my level. I'm talking about the low level stuff. I'm trying to make siege equipment and I need nails. Please don't make me make every single nail individually. If I'm a master crafter, right? I'm a master crafter and nails are in my wheelhouse because nails may not be in my wheelhouse. They may be in processing. But if they're in my wheelhouse, or maybe I'm a master processor and I got an order for nails. If nails are level 10 and I'm level 50 crafting, please don't waste my time and make me make every single individual nail by hand because it gets monotonous. If you make me do it by hand, fine. Don't put a 50-step minigame in it because it's bullshit. It's not fun. Not for the low-level stuff. Not for the stuff that's beneath you. Now, for the level 10 crafter, yes, he should have to do the minigame for the nails because they're his level. But I'm level 50. This is beneath me. Click. Now, we get to the mithril nail. Oh, we need a mithril nail for a mithril siege engine. Oh shit, boy, you better bring your A game making this. Yeah, I agree. What if you only had to do the minigame for crafting jobs on your own level? So master for master crafts. Yes, I would 100% be okay with that because that's risk versus reward. So I'd be okay with that. Let me catch back up to some of the other ones. You shush your face. You have an F- in Ashes 101. Let's see. I need to see more current state gameplay. A lot of people do. You need to let Steven, you all need to let Steven or make Steven let me in so I can do Ashes 101 from the live server. Could you imagine Ashes 101 right now, today, from the live server? We'd be having a blast. I probably wouldn't get it downloaded in time. Let's see. Hope you're doing well. Not trying to nag a while, but you said you would invite me to a content creator Discord for Ashes. I haven't gotten that invite. Probably because you didn't contact me. I don't have a magic crystal ball, unfortunately. You never sent me a message. So if you don't send me a message saying, "Hey, it's me," not much I can do. I have you on. I think you sent me a friend request, but you never sent me a message. Because I have you in my friends list. But yeah, if you need something from me, really, 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 really helpful to send me a Discord thing, because hundreds of people need stuff. So yeah, shoot me a message. Be like, "Hey, I need the Discord invite," and then click. Make my life easy. It's like, help me help you. I'm happy to help you, but you gotta help me help you. Masons and carpenters trying to repair like mad during a siege. Yes, I 100% could agree with that. I think repairing the walls and the gates should be an issue. But it's going to be kind of weird because you don't have you have crafting classes, but not like Final Fantasy. I would have loved if they did the artisan class like Final Fantasy does, where you have to equip your hammer and you do the little spiral light thing, and now you're an artisan. And I would love if you had to bring artisans to the fight and they can't fight. They can't use their weapons. I would love for people in the fight to be a mason or a carpenter or a repair person, and their equipment is a hammer and a bag of repair materials. Could you imagine that? Like, all right, we've pushed them away from the gates. Okay, party 36, party 37, party 38, deploy to the gate. Okay, everybody hold the lines, hold the lines. The dwarves are repairing as fast as they can. No, not the wall, man. We need the gate. The gate's at 10%. All nails in the gate. Everybody bang away on the gate. Okay, the gate's at 15. Oh shit, here they come. We got to get to 20. We got to get to 20. Gates at 20. Dwarves in. Dwarves in. Put the dwarves back in the fort. Get the dwarves in the fort. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing gameplay. You guys are making me mad. You guys are being bad cats. Out. Unfortunately, this stream during the week, I can't get any assistance for like 15 more minutes. My wife is teaching my daughter. My daughter's in, both of my kids are not homeschooled. They're on online classes right now. My wife has to sit with my daughter for 15 more minutes. Once that's done, my wife's going to come up here and she'll engage the cats. So I do apologize on Wednesdays, guys. Wednesdays was supposed to be a whole lot different. Wednesdays was supposed to be a whole lot different. I've also thought about getting a sound curtain for that doorway and seeing if I can't figure out a way to just leave the door open while I'm streaming and cut down the noise. But it's a process. Let's see. We got into this last week, but what's your thinking on Steven saying the combat system is in very, very early stages? How can the most important aspect of the game be in such infinite stage of development? Here's how this works. There's two types of development. There's does it function and does it balance? And then here, does it function? Does it balance? The animations for the combat system, while they touch the combat system, they are not a combat system problem. They are a art and animation problem. So when people say that the animations don't look good, fine. But that is not a combat system problem. That is an art and animation problem. It's definitely Jeff's problem because Jeff is the lead game designer. So Jeff is sitting at the head of the table during the combat system discussion. And he's like, does it function? Does it balance? And then they're like, that team is like, well, we don't know 100% if it functions because we don't have the animations yet. So he goes to the art team and he's like, I need those animations. Once they get all the animations done, and remember, guys, you're talking in the magnitude of, let me do the math real quick, 40 abilities per class, 8 classes, okay? 320 animations. They need to have those knocked out. That's why you don't use your weapon in the animations, because they have a free weapon choice system. I get it that people say, well, I should have my weapon out. No matter what weapon I'm using, my weapon should be out while I'm fighting. Here's what I want to tell you. There's 320 animations they have to do minimum. If there's 40 abilities, 8 classes, 320 animations. If they had your specific weapon out during every one of those animations, right? That would take their number of animations from 320 to 4,800. It's cool if you want them to spend the next 10 years making all those animations, but that would increase their workload by, a factor of 15. We don't need that. This dragon is a 20-man or a 40-man level 10 raid, if I recall correctly what Steven said. This is a raid. This is a raid boss. Hold on. We're going to try to bribe the cats away from my door with greenies. They did it with level 10. The boss shows +8. It's not level 18. +8 means more than 8 levels higher than you. It doesn't mean 8 levels higher than you. So posture check. No, man, my posture is good. I'm on my board. I'm leaning forward a little bit. My back is torn up today. I had cupping done again yesterday. We're trying to get my shoulders to release. Do you think you'll be able to solo this boss at max level? No, probably not. Probably not. Slide back in a little bit. Sit up. I don't think you'll be able to solo this boss even at max level. A healer might be able to solo the boss in like 12 hours if they have enough mana regen, but even then, remember, healers need mana. Let's see. Does artisan as a variable only affect the quality of the gear you can make or level of material you can process, gather, or does it also affect efficiency? For example, an artisan processor would get 200 planks from 10 wood instead of 150. It would make sense that processors are going to get more out of the craft because they're going to get more out of the craft because gatherers can get more out of the gather. But we have to wait and see. Plus, high-level processors are going to be able to process higher quality finished goods. So that's always important. Doing math and shit. I know. Don't ever do public math. Don't ever do public math. I hated doing public math. The nuns in Catholic school, man, call you up to the front of the room. That's why I don't know my times tables. Because what do I care about times tables? It's also, teachers nowadays, you're not going to have a calculator with you every day. Next bullshit statement. Let's see. Will there be some sort of local in-game chat or will it be all text? There's not going to be proximity voice chat. There is going to be times where there's voice chat. Taverns will have proximity voice chat. Party and raid will have proximity voice chat. But I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm going to be honest with people. If you refuse to download Discord, Okay, you don't even have to download Discord. You can use Discord from a web browser. Don't expect most players to use the voice chat. Just do not expect most players to use the in-game voice chat. I'm not going to use the in-game voice chat. I don't give a shit. I'm not using it. It's going to be turned off. It will be immediately turned off. Like, in fact, most games with proximity chat have it turned on by default. I'm going to lobby Intrepid to turn that shit off by default. You should have to opt in to proximity chat because so few people are going to use it. Now in my tavern on my alt that is the new player friendly, oh shit, you just got started, you need help. Yes, I will have proximity chat on because it's for a purpose. It's for new player help. Proximity chat is just bad. It is, because I think your account should only get so many complaints against it for blaring music or ringing into the microphone or not, disabling your mic while you're eating a bag of cheesy Doritos. The hell with you people that are trolly little bitches. Put your mic on push to talk. Like, push to talk, I don't use push to talk, man. Well, you're gonna have a shitty time in any of my channels because push to talk is on. Now, I will say I have a gamer who has somebody in my community. They're like me. They have a disabled hand. Guess what I do? I create a role for that person in Discord that allows that person. The role allows them to bypass push to talk. Why? Because they have a crippled hand. Not everybody needs to not have push to talk on. Man, it's not fair. That person doesn't have push to talk. Yeah, because it's not fair. It's not equal. I'm sure they would trade you your perfectly good working hand to not have, you know what I see? You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Good morning. Yes, good morning to you. Will all classes have mana or will fighter have rage? Right now, I don't have a definitive answer to the resource management. I think it just makes more sense if everybody has mana. If everybody just has mana. But I definitely see the difference and advantage of a more robust alchemy and cooking system and gearing system if different classes have different resources. Because I could make a piece of armor that gives additional mana and a mage would wear it, but a fighter wouldn't be interested in that piece of armor because it doesn't have rage. We don't have a definitive answer. We're going to find that out. Any guesses on how dungeons will work with open PvP to make it so that you're not constantly under attack when trying to kill a boss? You will be under constant attack when trying to kill a boss. It's an open world dungeon. There is no safe space. If you are in the open world dungeon, you are vulnerable to open world PvP. 20% of the dungeons and raids are instanced. They are mostly the story-based ones. So yeah, if you are not comfortable with being attacked while you're doing your PvE content, then just realize you're gonna get attacked while you're doing your PvE content. But that's not fair. That's not right. I don't want to play a PvP game. Play Pantheon. You're telling people to go play a different game. Yes, I am. Because Ashes will not be for everybody. And that's okay. And that's not my quote. That's the creative director's quote. So here's what I do for Ashes of Creation. Ready? This is what I do. Periodically throughout my show, I shill for Ashes of Creation. And what I say is, if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation, do so now. I just linked my referral link in chat. It helps me out. I do get a kickback for every person that signs up. Basically, I get a percentage of all your purchases. It costs you nothing, and it puts money into the network's pocket. As you guys saw last week when we popped open the treasure chest, I personally, as a human being, give away gift cards. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do to reload the treasure chest. I don't want to put more gift cards in it. But I think I'm just gonna bite the bullet and put gift cards in it. So Open voice should be reportable and be in-game muted if more than 3 people automatically, and you do it off and perma-muted until you apply for a unmute. Yeah, the problem with reporting proximity chat is I don't know if they're going to be storing every single minute of every single proximity chat statement. So like in-game chat is easy because they have those logs. I don't know if they're going to have it when with the voice chat. Let's see. I think most people are way too scared about open dungeon system. I've played Repels and we had open dungeons with PvP possibility as well. PK PvP barely happened. You know, I think what people are forgetting, I think what people are forgetting is if you're not a douchebag guild, people aren't going to want to attack you because they don't want to necessarily get into a war, a skirmish. They don't want to get into a guild war. What do you think is going to happen to the group that attacks us during the, if we're clearing a boss and a group runs in and attacks us? I'm going to do my due diligence. I'm going to, reconnaissance on that guild. If they are a guild that we have a fair shot of fighting, guess what's happening? Guild war. Now they're going to be like, every single, hey man, I just saw a group of 8 of them go in that dungeon. On the way. Who's close? Give me, who's close? Who wants to go fug with them? Just roll in. Hey man, it's bullshit. You brought 20 people. There's only 8 of us. All's fair in love and war. Remember when you wiped us last week? Yeah, well, we brought, we're in a guild war now. Well, you're just zerging. Hate to tell you, when you're in a guild war with an objective, there's no zerging in an objective-based system. Numbers matter. It's bullshit, man. We're just a small group. We were just having some fun. You were just having some fun. You're absolutely right. Now we're just having some fun. This sucks. Fuck you. Oh, sorry. Sorry that your actions carried with it consequences. We will be under constant attack. Yes. I can't guarantee you're always gonna. I cannot guarantee you will always get the under attack content, but always factor if you're doing a dungeon, you're going to be under attack. I was hoping that Intrepid can make tons of dungeons to reduce the risk. Risk versus reward. Why should you be doing a dungeon and getting the reward if your risk has been nullified? Do you know how using ships will work? Like if you live near the ocean or a river, will you be able to get a single person ship to move around easily? There are ships for 1 to 3 people. There are ships for 8 people. There are ships for 40 people. So, single person, small group, or single small group, party, and raid. Has anyone here played Vanguard? No, I have not played Vanguard. I have some great memories from Dark Age of Camelot and Darkness Falls in the PvP dungeon. A lot of solid PvP went down in there. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind you're signing up for a PvX game. A PvX game. You're not signing up to play a PvE game with some non-meaningful PvP content. I like the idea of open dungeons. Got to keep an eye out for the dirty rogue sitting in the corner waiting to kill you at low HP. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you need to do. You 100% need to do that. You can't get yourself in, you can't be doing the boss. And keep in mind, we don't know what the respawn rate on dungeon bosses is. It could be that the dungeon bosses respawn right away. You're just on a loot lockout. Boom, somebody reached into Bezos's pocket with that Prime subscription. We don't know how the dungeon bosses are going to work yet. And we're still waiting to find that out. We don't know how the loot lockout works. We don't know what the loot timer is. There are a lot of things that they haven't told us. Now, I wish they would tell us a little more, but we'll find out. We will find out. By the way, did Steven mention what type of ships these skins? I hope I didn't I hope I don't have to build a 40-man ship just to use my skin. Yeah, I will tell you, that is one thing. If Intrepid could do one thing much better, and I don't know why they ignore this, and this is one of those things. This is one of those things where I want to, like, have a sit-down conversation with Steven in private, not a content creator interview, but I want to have a sit-down conversation in private. Be like, look, I don't know what sort of market research and analysis you're doing, and I don't know what your marketing team is doing, but you're pissing people off with the freehold skins that you're not saying what building they go on, and on the ship skins by not saying what ships they go on. You don't sell a product and then not tell people. You don't sell a product and not tell people what they go on. Like, you guys have seen my darker side cosmetics. In fact, you know what? I want to grab the other one. Let me grab my other image because it's kind of funny. It's kind of funnier because it shows the freehold ones a little bit better. But I don't know what buildings these go on, and it kind of irritates me, right? It really kind of irritates me. I have no idea what these go on. Oh, where the hell is it? Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. So I own all these skins, right? I own all these freehold skins, but I have no idea what buildings these go on, right? Did I buy all skins? Are all these, well, the Plague Lab, the one in the upper left-hand corner is the Plague Lab. Is that the Alchemist building? Do I have to be an alchemist now to use my Plague Lab? Are the other ones, is the crypts and stuff, are they all shrines? In order for me to use all of the skins I bought, did I make it so I have to have a religious-based freehold? That's going to suck if that's the case, because they never said that the freehold skins have to go on a specific one. Oh, the for sale sign, I was working on a meme. I was working on a meme that I was going to do, and it just never got off the ground. But, you know, I hope that I don't have a bunch of freehold skins that I can never use. That's going to suck. So I wish that they would sit down and actually say, all right, the Plague Lab goes on the Alchemist building. The freehold skin goes, or the tavern skin goes on the tavern. Like, obviously this one we know is going to go on a tavern because it's a tavern skin, and we know that. Taverns? Like, we know this is a tavern skin. So that's cool. I own that. It's going to go on my tavern because I think that's a badass looking tavern. Hey man, love your videos. Hey man, I'm glad you love my videos. Makes me happy. I'm trying to get to the next threshold. In YouTube, your thresholds are like 1,000, 5,000, 15,000, and 25,000. For some odd reason, 10,000 and 20,000 aren't like thresholds on YouTube. I would love to be at 25,000 YouTube subscribers sooner rather than later. Because if I can reach that many more people. People were making fun of me on Reddit like I'm a fucking nobody, and I'm like, they were simply, hold on. People were making fun of me on Reddit like I'm a fucking nobody, and I'm like, I don't ever claim to be a large content creator. But when your argument is like Shroud and Asmongold have Steven on speed dial and I don't, well, my response is I've done as many interviews with Steven as those guys have. I'm just a small creator. It takes time to grow, right? And so when people are making fun of me, I almost want to use the turnaround argument. Well, that's cool. You're making fun of me. Let me see your brand, you know, let me see your brand. And then I just realized it's best. Somebody gave me the best advice. Just ignore them. You said sooner rather than later. I get so irritated by people saying sooner than later. Yeah. Who is the largest Ashes of Creation content creator? Okay, largest has a lot of different meanings. Who makes the most Ashes of Creation content? I would argue I make the most Ashes of Creation content. I would say, though, the wiki makes the largest web page product. I would say Big Cheeked Giant has the longest running podcast on Ashes. And then if we go numbers wise, I think Crojack is the largest Ashes of Creation content creator. But then the Lazy Peon did an Ashes of Creation video that reached 1 million people. So largest has a lot of different, it depends on what you're looking at. So are you going to be making a full video on taverns? Yes, that storyboard is, the taverns video is next. The taverns video is actually next. Yeah, you notice that the background is a little bit lighter today. The reason why, one of my brand new lights burned out, and usually I don't have problems with stuff I buy from Amazon. But in the last week, I've had to do 2 returns at Amazon, and now the lights. I got the Wave 3 mic, so I sent back the Blue Yeti the Blue Yeti shock mount. I realized yesterday I should have kept the Blue Yeti shock mount because I paid $3 to send it back, and the thing was only $19 to begin with. But that's okay. I realize now my wife's gonna need my Blue Yeti. Guys, can I take a side note? I'm gonna jump out here to my talking screen. Not to that one. I'm gonna take a side note for a second, guys, because I always like to make sure if I ever recommended a product and I want to take my recommendation back, I tell you why. So I recommend these all the time. This is a Bose wearable sound companion. One second, let me grab it. I actually have another one for the other PC when I get the other PC set up. But this is a Bose wearable soundwear collar. Thing's amazing. I absolutely love it. The amazing part about it is, and if you want to read about it, I'm not asking you to buy it. I don't want you guys to think I'm doing that. I do have an Amazon Blacksmith down below. You can click on it so you can see all the specs and stuff about what I'm talking about. But I absolutely love this thing because my phone hooks up to it, right? It's a speaker for your phone. And all the music from your phone, you can just go for a walk with it on. So I absolutely love this product. It sounds really great in game. You don't have noise reducing headphones on. If you wear glasses, you know that's your problem. So I was recommending this Bose product to people, saying it's a great alternative if you have some hearing loss and you don't like noise reducing headphones like the G933 headset. You kind of hear the white noise echoing. And so I own one. I own 2 actually, because I've got the one for the new computer already bought. And then my wife owns one. Well, I'm upstairs now. My wife is downstairs. I haven't mapped my downstairs computer, so we game in separate rooms, and I don't like that at all. My wife and I are trying to talk to each other on Discord, and I can't get her game sound and just the ability to talk to me on Discord. I tweeted to Bose, and I said, hey, I sent a tweet out and I said, hey, I want to talk to you about your amazing product, but it's not really good for gamers. They contacted me within a few minutes. I sent them like a 7-paragraph explanation, and all I got back was, what you are experiencing is normal. It is not possible to use the microphone in Discord while hearing your game audio at one time. I was like, wow, I assumed a company like Bose would want to make this product work. So I wanted to make sure that I tell you guys, and I'm going to do it on a couple of shows. I'll do it on the Friday show and the Monday show to make sure everybody hears that. If I recommend a product, I want to make sure that my name, the Jalon name, remains like, oh, Jalon recommended this. This is a good product. I can't in good faith recommend the product to gamers unless you know that you're going to have an external microphone to game and use Discord. I was actually fucking mind blown that Bose's response was like, yeah, that's normal. So you're fucking Bose, man. You are like the sound people. And your response is, yeah, we know. The fuck is that sort of answer, man? This is we're a country that wanted to fucking use a pen in space, and we spent $10 million to create a pen that could write in space. And you're Bose, man. You created a wearable speaker made out of like medical grade, components, so I don't get neck damage. It's an amazing sound. The product is amazing. And your fucking target audience that would want to use it in gamers is like, oh, yeah, we know that you can't. We know gamers can't use it, and that's just normal. That's a bullshit defeatist attitude, Bose. I would like, for $300, I would like you to maybe put a little bit more spunk in your answer. Maybe turn around and say, blame somebody else, blame Windows, blame Discord, blame somebody. I mean, it would be nice if they would at least look at the situation and be like, hey, this streamer Jalan called us out in public and said, we're Bose and we should be a cut above. You've never heard of Bose? That probably is bad. Their customer support isn't paid to give a fuck. I agree. But, the big part of this is all you'd have to do then is if the problem resolves in the mic, you can't use Bose, the Bose headset. Make it so that you can change the setting on the headset. Maybe you can't make it so the mic works in Discord, but make it so the person could hear Discord and their game sounds. It's like, don't be so fucking defeatist about your product. Maybe that's why you don't sell enough of them. Maybe you could sell more products if you actually listen to your customers. I'm a guy here that chills your damn product for you, and you won't even give me more than a bullshit tier answer. I'm not asking you to come up with a solution. I'm asking you to put me in contact with one of your engineers so I can tell them about the problem. How the fuck does the customer service person know if maybe the engineer has never been given this piece of feedback? So I will say I was definitely disappointed in Bose this morning. And like, you reached out to me. I wasn't asking you to fix my problem. Because I have my problem fixed. I know that it requires an external mic. The external mic is the problem. Anyway, do all buildings of the same kind share the same dimensions, or are there different shapes of the same size? What I mean is, are all taverns going to be 10 by 10, or will some be 6 by 15? Do skins change the dimensions? Skins do not change the dimensions. You build the building, and then you put the skin on top of it. So the building will already be built. If you had like 7 tavern skins, you could change it monthly, or you could change it seasonally. So you'll be able to do that. Now, will all taverns be 10 by 10, or will some be 6 by 15? Steven did say houses are going to be different sizes. So if houses are going to be different sizes, I would imagine that there's going to be small taverns and large taverns. Keep in mind, we have heard the phrase small taverns, but that also may have to do with, remember, as your tavern levels, it can't get bigger this way, but it will get bigger this way. So as your tavern or your inn levels up, it's going to get more vertical headspace, if that makes sense. Let's see. Do you know how often weapon drops in the wild will be? Or will the majority of weapons come from NPC player weaponsmiths? I was wondering how easy it would be to make a living just off your career rather than constantly gaming. You are not going to be getting, like, wolves are not going to drop you swords and armor. They're not, humanoid monsters have the ability to drop armor and weapons and stuff, but they want the crafting system to be meaningful. So the majority of gear is going to come via the crafting system. You don't come and visit me while I'm working on anything else. You only come and disrupt the stream. You know that? He knows that. He doesn't care, but he knows that. Now you're gonna be quiet? Okay. Go on your bed. Go on your bed. He doesn't want to go in his bed. He wants to irritate me. Can we change our Freehold's background music? Yes. Now, I Intrepid saw a comment of mine yesterday. I was talking about background music, and I said Final Fantasy XIV nails home the idea of a jukebox, and I think Intrepid needs to do that. I think that'd be cool if they had a jukebox that the tavern owner could set up and have like 10 songs in it. But Final Fantasy has a very cool orchestration system. They're the only game that they're the only game I've seen do that I can think of. I think Bose products are really good. I just refuse to buy their products because I've never had a good experience with their customer service or salesman. Yeah, I definitely am feeling that way. I didn't recognize the name at first because in Germany we spell it differently. Took me a moment. Oh, that's cool. Unless you want to walk in every other tavern playing Cardi B's, not a good idea. Yeah, I don't think they should. I don't think that. I don't think they're going to allow outside music to come in, mainly because of copyright and stuff. This is like complaining your 80K Audi doesn't do something a 26K Camry does. Audi is much like Bose, won't give a shit. I don't think there's anything that my $26,000 Camry would do that my $80,000 Audi wouldn't do. Generally, the more expensive the product, it does most of the things. I mean, what does a $26,000 Camry do? It drives you from place to place with, air conditioning and sound system. $80,000 Audi does all that and more. I think the top end. I think one of the things is what was my sorry, I'm writing out a quote so I get it right. As a society, we've come to accept low customer service, which means providers assume that we expect low customer service. I don't accept low customer service. I don't accept low customer service. I will outright look at them and be like, is this the best you can do? And it's not like, well, I can do better. Well, okay, then do better. I vote with my wallet. I walk out of businesses. I walk away from deals. You guys know, if you followed my show earlier in the year, I was literally on the cusp of buying a $400,000 house. The house itself was going to be $275,000 plus $50,000 in hardwood floors, plus the fence and the pool was going to put me up at $400,000. And I asked a question about something, and I got told by both the developer and my realtor, well, you need to do the legwork. And I went and did the legwork, and I got the answer. And I told him, I said, I've done the legwork, and I now have the answer. Now I want the answer from you. You tell me what the answer is, because I know what the answer is. And their response was like, well, why do we have to do the research if you already have it? And I said, because I fucking pay you. That's why you have to do it, because you don't know what the answer is. So all this other shit that you've given me, all these other answers you've given me, you don't even know if they're right or wrong, because you don't have the answer I now had to go dig up for myself. You told me I had to go dig up for myself. And they said, well, I don't see what the big deal is. And I was like, we are talking about $24,000 in agent fees. We're talking 6% of $400,000. I don't accept low customer service, and I definitely don't expect it. It was funny because they ran down the answer, and then they came back with, oh yeah, this answer is going to change a lot of the things about what you want to do with your house. $400K for a house with a pool and hardwood floors. Yeah, I hate California. Yeah, it was. And I didn't mention, it was $400,000 for about a 3,000 square foot house with a master suite on the first floor and a recording studio in the basement. It was gonna have a sound studio in the basement. And let me tell you, $400,000 is expensive because it's in this town. If I didn't need to stay in this town for this school, I could build that same house one town over for 260 cap, for 260 max. So thank you, Jalan, for answering me. I try to answer everybody. By the way, guys, if I ever miss your question, it's not you. It's not you. Just repeat your question and put repost at the front of it. I do miss some questions. Okay, I'm human. Sometimes I go off on a tangent on one thing and I don't scroll back up to grab it. Like somebody said, have they clarified the difference between taverns and inns? It seems confusing that taverns have room available. I always thought taverns were drinks and food and inns were rooms. Yeah, they may dump the standalone inns and just do taverns, or taverns may have access to, like, you may be able to rent a room at an inn for like 7 days, so you can have like another point of storage. Like you might be able to temporarily base out of a freehold and have storage there. It all depends on what they do. That's the thing. I caution a lot of people for making like definitive plans about Ashes of Creation, because you're making definitive plans on less than 3% of the information. Not important to some, but will equipped weapons show up on your character when sheathed? Yes. They just don't have that in right now. That's one of those, you don't add that until you get the animations more buttery smooth. So inns could be housing, taverns have a bar and food. We already know taverns have rooms that can be rented. So that's why people are confused. Why would you build an inn and not a tavern if a tavern has beds you can rent? Are we getting the other 2 node type videos soon or waiting until after the next interview? I can't give you the other 2 node type videos because I don't have the other 2 node type blogs. Once I have the other 2 node type blogs, then I will sit down and I will redo the whole pack of them, because my production style has changed. And so yeah, I will redo the whole 4-pack, make them all, that way they're all as current as I can make them. There were some major design changes with with military nodes. There was a major design change in the election system. So that's why they haven't released those blogs yet. So I'm not knocking them. I understand what I want people to realize. I want you to realize a very important fact. Intrepid isn't releasing all of the information because they know what their production timeline is from here to launch. And from an outside perspective, it looks like some games are lifting a lot of ideas from Intrepid. And the problem is that it's not about necessarily who can do it the best. With an MMO, it becomes who can do it the fastest. The next MMO that launches that doesn't suck is going to capture market share. The next MMO that doesn't suck is going to capture market share. Plain and simple. It's all about who can get to the finish line and not suck. It's like you don't even have to be that great. You just have, like, this is how low our expectation has come for the next MMO. I'm not asking you to be great. I'm asking you, please don't suck. And people want something to play. Let's see. Gamigo celebrating 6 years of Arcade on their Twitch channel. It's cringe, chat full of people complaining. I mean, what would you expect from a stream about celebrating 6 years of Arcade, and it's been worse every iteration since? I am so happy that Kakao bought XL Games, because Kakao self-publishes in Europe, and Gamigo, your days are numbered. Whatever end date you have on that contract, you are going to lose that game. They are going to take that game away from you. Let's see. You like the map size video? I like the map size video too. Maybe a stupid question and you've covered it. You've mentioned it's not a game where you can reach a certain level, you move to other territory. How does it work? I assume there are dungeon areas and will have certain level enemies, but what about general environment? Do those level with the nodes, higher node, higher level mobs? Yes. Here's what I'm going to say. Ashers101.com for you, my friend. The node section. It is in rewrite, right? The whole thing is in rewrite. But if you're just getting started with Ashes of Creation, there is so much to Ashes of Creation. Your exact answer is you come out of these 4 divine gates, right? So here's your 4 divine gate areas. Blown up, they look like this. There's 2 starter camps at each divine gate. So there's a total of 8 starter camps. And after that, there are no zones. The rest of the world, okay, outside of these circled areas, the rest of the world is barren. There's no civilization. There's no quest givers. There are quests, but there's not a guy you go to. You might be walking down the road and a quest appears, but it's not from a quest giver. Your character's like, I wonder what that is over there. All right, there's things to do. There's adventures. But yes, when nodes start to enter the world, the higher level the node, the higher level the content. So, let's see. Which one do we want? We need more footage. We need more footage. They need to release more footage. We use March because it takes up the whole screen. Want to be 10 because of the Underrealm? Yeah, assumingly it's going to be 5 starter areas. The problem is that why would it be 10 and not 9? Because each of the divine gates is divvied up by sub races. So there's one starter area for each sub race. Well, the Talnar are all one race, so there might be 5 starter areas and 9 starting camps. Let us in to get footage. Nobody invited you, Mayhem. You don't get no footage. You don't get no early invite. We're not letting you in. What happens when you keep killing me in the Battle Royale? You don't get in. You back at a bus. Hello to you. That seems like a pretty obvious statement, but how hard is it to create an MMORPG that doesn't suck? 5 years in development and the game still aren't close to launch. Yeah, here's what blows my mind. For a company like Blizzard, don't eat my sweatshirt. For a company like Blizzard and Activision Blizzard that only seems like they care about the bottom line, they are sitting on a gold mine. Why they haven't done World of Sanctuary yet is beyond me. If I got hired at Blizzard, the first project I would be like, okay, guys, we're doing World of Sanctuary, but we're doing Diablo 4. Shut the hell up about Diablo 4. We're doing World of Sanctuary. We're making an MMO. We're making an MMO just like WoW, but we're making it with the Diablo IP and franchise. That money would make fucking bank, okay? That money would crush the market. You do that on a new engine that's not too cartoony. You keep the Diablo art style. World of Sanctuary would be World of Warcraft, but it would be World of Sanctuary because Sanctuary is the world. One thing causes the nodes around the starter areas to be very high level quickly, since that's where the early players will be. Yes, and they know this, and that is their design. It's by design. They want it to work like that. So, covered bows, covered the broken light, covered the Pythagorean theorem. So, I'm not a fan of MMORPGs set within the realm of a previously existing IP. I mean, I am. I'm totally fine with them doing a World of Sanctuary. I'd be fine with them doing a World of StarCraft. That one would be a little bit more niche, but a World of Diablo, that would be fine. We'd be good there. Blizzard is dead. Hold on. ACTI. No. What? My brain. Activision ATVI stock. Let's go the last 5 years. Blizzard is not dead. Their stock is trading $4 lower than their highest point. They're just about up to where they were before the "don't you guys have phones" thing. Blizzard isn't dead. I don't know why people always think Blizzard is dead. Blizzard is fine. Blizzard's fine. It's hard to be number one for a long time. What needs to happen is somebody needs to knock World of Warcraft out of the number one spot. And once that happens, Blizzard's going to have to turn around and analyze and adapt. So then how do low levels get to that low level node deeper in the world? Why would low levels go to the low level nodes? The nodes have content, a range of content. A stage 5 node has content from 0 to 5. A stage 2 node has content from 0 to 20. Each node has a range of content. A node doesn't become a high level area. Let's see. I added the term and it still banned you. I took your timeout off. I apologize. I don't know why Stream Elements got all on you, because I actually permitted that term because you used it in a appropriate way. So what's my opinion on the character models? They look real janky to me. Of course they're going to look that way. They're not the finished models. Diablo 4 says it will be open world and multiplayer. Yeah, in some areas. But it's still not going to be an MMORPG. Just because you're open world and just because you're multiplayer doesn't mean you're an MMORPG. So I did not see the pictures from Salem, Oregon. World of Warcraft, ESO, Final Fantasy made sense, but games like DDO, Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars: The Old Republic, and Star Wars Galaxies to a lesser degree are a little more than half-assed attempts to cash in on the IP, not make a good game. I agree with you. I disagree with you with Star Wars: The Old Republic's core game. Star Wars: The Old Republic's core game was pretty good, but I think Star Wars: The Old Republic's core game felt more like a single-player game. Considering how talented the people at Blizzard are at designing new expansions for WoW, I would be careful putting trust in them to develop World of Sanctuary. Only thing keeping Blizzard alive is probably WoW for the most part, which again, you only need an MMO to not suck for that cow to finally die. Keep in mind, there are really hardworking people at Blizzard trying to do really good things, and they have really bad leadership. So Blizzard is creatively bankrupt, but not dead. Blizzard isn't even creatively bankrupt. Blizzard is 99 specialists being led through a minefield by a blind dude. If Blizzard would get some leadership in place, it's like I just did the segment on the Bose piece, okay? The reason why Blizzard gets away with sucking, okay, is because people have come to accept people have come to accept WoW as a bullshit game. So now they expect WoW to be a bullshit game because people refuse to turn off their subscriptions because of the marketing tactic known as the sunk cost fallacy. If people stopped playing the game, they would change. But what does everybody the fuck do? Even the people who complain about WoW. What do? They go back for every expansion. Here is where people have a hard time with their morals and their principles. I absolutely cannot stand in April of 2018. I absolutely could not stand what Tryon did to ArcAge. They absolutely fucked up ArcAge. While I was streaming, I said, "This is fucking bullshit. I cannot support this company anymore." I said, "I will not play another Tryon game. Period. I will not play ArcAge as long as Tryon has the contract." And the thing with that is that shot my creator career right in the ass, because I was the ArcAge 101 guy. No ArcAge 101 guy. But then my wife turned around and looked at me and she said, "Thanks a lot, jackass, because now I have to play Defiance by myself because we played Defiance together." Boom, somebody's hosting me with 85 viewers. Thank you. Means a lot to me. So then the problem came. I also couldn't play Atlas Reactor. I really liked Atlas Reactor, but I said I'm not going to support the company. Well, I couldn't play ArcAge again until the fall when when Gamigo took over the contract. Then I went back to ArcAge, and then Gamigo screwed over ArcAge. So I said, fuck it, I'm done with ArcAge. I voted with my wallet. I refused to accept poor customer service. Oh, hey, look at that, 1,000 bits. I appreciate you. I refused. Look at BlizzCon 2018. Don't you guys have phones? Okay? Don't you guys have phones? Well, what happens there is Blizzard's stock loses half its value. The same people that turned around and said, "Fuck Blizzard, man, they're a bullshit company." 5 minutes later, "But hey, man, that Warcraft 3 remaster looks pretty good." Why would you go back to the company? If you're mad at the company, vote with your wallet and stop supporting the company. But no, WoW, 3.4 million copies of Battle for Azeroth sold in one day. Why would that company change? Why would Blizzard change? They made $159 million in one day. Why would they change? Let's see. Blizzard has the gamer busybodies are ruining it for all, and people enabled that. The directors evaluated fun like a robot would. People do this for fun. Let's do more of that. Well, yeah, because why would they change? If they sell 3.4 million copies of their shitty expansion pack on one day, why would they change? Because the consumers clearly go back. Did I hear the news about ArcAge 2? Yes, I did hear the news about ArcAge 2. It's not ArcAge 2 though. A lot of people think it's ArcAge 2. It's not ArcAge 2. It's a game being done by XL Games, but it's not ArcAge 2 because XL can't make ArcAge 2. If they did ArcAge 2, it would be restricted to Korea only because the owner of the IP will not relicense it for any other stuff. So the only thing that they can make with the ArcAge IP, because remember, if you don't know this, ArcAge is based on a novel series in Korea. So the only products that XL can make with it, well, now Kakao can make with it because Kakao bought XL Games, are stuff that was already specifically contracted. ArcAge could have been so much better, but it was a Korean free-to-play, pay-to-win game. So that's why I don't buy any EA, Activision, or other. The games are not fun and they're greedy. Yes, until people vote with their wallet, until people vote with their wallet, not gonna change. What's my opinion on Steven saying they're gonna have short betas compared to how long the alphas are? I applaud Steven for actually using agile development properly. Alpha should be long, beta should be short, because you should not be adding any new features in beta. When Alpha 2 is done, right? When Alpha 2 is finished, I need a clean sheet of paper for my notes. When Alpha 2 is finished, you're feature complete. When Alpha 2 is finished, you are feature complete. There should be no new features added in beta. Beta is meant for refinement and testing and finding bugs on a large testing scale and making sure your deployment is going to go smooth. And beta is for dress rehearsals of launch. Alpha is for development. Beta is for balance. Exactly. Beta is more for the dress rehearsal. How is this going to look at launch? And it's also beta's also for the first couple of days. Beta is The beta is let us play through, let us watch how servers naturally evolve for the first couple of days. Where are our problems? Where are our bottlenecks? Do we have an ArcAge bug problem where everybody has to click the stone or everybody has to click the light? Oh shit, we do have one of those. Why are there a bunch of people standing around in this specific area? Oh shit. We need to go back and we need to fix that. We need to make a fix on that quest. That doesn't work. Oh shit. People can't see the quest giver because everybody has to go to one particular quest giver. Everybody has to go to the lieutenant. Well, we better make 3 copies of the lieutenant and put them tiered out so that everybody can progress. Well, why are there 3 copies of this lieutenant? Well, because there has to be, otherwise y'all are going to be standing there. Sometimes you have to break a little immersion, right? Sometimes you got to break a little immersion in order to have a good experience. You break the immersion a little bit, right? You break the immersion a little bit just to make sure people have a better gaming experience. I don't think anybody's going to be mad if we make 3 I don't think we're going to have any problems if we make 3 copies of Jalan at a point and we put them 50 meters apart and people are like, why are there 3 copies of Jalan? And the developer says, hey guys, for a couple of bottlenecks, in order to alleviate bottlenecks at launch, we've put 3 copies of Jalan in so that you can get your tutorial mission started. We understand he's there. It's not a bug. It's intentional. We don't want to do phasing. We don't want to do sharding, but so there's not 500 people trying to get to one NPC. We've made multiple copies of the NPC for launch. A couple of days after launch, we will take Jalan 2 and Jalan 3 out of the game because at the end of the day, it's a game. Because if it wasn't a game, right? Let me use a real world example. I'm the scholar at the library and you need to come talk to me in order to progress. There's going to be a line down the stairs. Now, if you're that asshole in the game that cuts around the line to walk up to the front of the person, as a person, I would look at you and say, hey, dick, do you see that line? Go to the back of it. But no, in MMO, that guy doesn't abide by the line. He runs up to the front and he clicks on you and he moves on and he jumps the line. So until we get to like quantum computing and true AI responses, we're not going to have the ability to have one NPC that literally enforces the line up. Crowfall is adding features in beta. Thoughts? My thought is that Crowfall is about 6 months from failure if they don't fish or cut bait. I don't think Crowfall is going to make it. I think they've changed way too many things about Crowfall because Crowfall has decided, oh shit, our original idea isn't going to be economically viable and we don't know what to do. And we're panicked and we're panicked. So I think Crowfall is going to fail. I think Crowfall is going to fail because it lost its identity along the way. It was afraid to stick to the path. How much am I liking the standing desk? I love my standing desk. Line up and shuffle to the door. Yes, exactly. Military people, we know military people never cut in line because we know what happens. Cut in line at the BX and see what happens. Every single person will turn and stare at you. And you better hope you're the highest ranking person. Otherwise, the person that outranks you is going to be like, get your ass to the back of the line. Of course, unless you're an 06 and they're doing 06 priority. But no, I love my sit stand desk. I have 2 of them. Uplift Desk makes an amazing product. I wish Uplift Desk would like sponsor me. And Uplift Desk would sponsor me because I own 2 of their products. I have this is a dog bone. This is 71 inches across. It's like 34 inches deep. Hold on. Yeah, 33 inches deep, 71 across, 2 monitors on the mounts. Pretty good. I did realize that I need 3 monitors to stream. So right now I have sort of a bad solution, but I'll get that fixed. I love my sit stand desk. My other one is a left-handed workstation. So I love both of them. Or just have a couple of different NPCs like that are different, but they each say that the captain told me to, if I saw you, I should instruct you to. Yeah, I mean, you could do the same thing, but then I think it's better to just add copies of the NPC because then you can take them out when they're not needed anymore. Just make it so you get a button on your UI in the vicinity of an NPC to turn in. I think that if you have quests that are like that, you've made some bad quests. How long do you think beta 1, beta 2 will take to complete? Are we talking 2 to 4 months or nearer to a year? I think the betas will be done in the terms of months. So beta 1 and beta 2 will probably be less than 2 months each. When we get to beta 1, you're probably 4 months from launch. And by the time we get to beta 1, they will have a milestone map that lays out beta 1, beta 2, and launch. So having NPC quests that force wait times between interactions with different players is bad game design. Yes, absolutely. But the problem is that some, like the light the candle thing in ArcheAge was bullshit. It was absolutely horrible. They should have never done that. Let's see. When we see a finished product of armor in development diaries, do you think that is it is a fair extrapolation graphic-wise for what the finished game will look like at release? When you see a finished item in a development diary, you're looking at the rendered finished item. So they do release renders of the finished items. Sorry, I'm out of the loop. What was Crowfall's identity and what did it change to? I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where the fuck Crowfall is anymore. I have no idea where Crowfall is trying to be right now. The only thing I know about Crowfall is that they became more interested in spinning off a second division of their company for their game development tool. So they're selling their game development tool before they've actually finished the game that sells, that used, like they sold a game development tool, but there's never been a game actually released using their game development tool because Crowfall isn't released. So they lost their vision. They invited me to play in their beta. I just don't care enough to do it. I think I have a couple of days left. I might jump into their beta. But I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have time to be testing bullshit games. I have time to be working on Ashes 101. That's where my time goes right now. If I'm not gaming with my wife or hanging out with my kids, like I introduced my kids to The Mandalorian last night. Fucking LG TVs, man. That's another company. Pissed me off. But I got my TV fixed. Oh, hush. The old man scratches the door. He wants to go out. He can wait outside now. But if I'm not working on Ashes 101, then I'm probably hanging out with my wife, gaming with my wife, or hanging out with my kids. I don't have time to be playing Crowfall. Crow like the bird, is a MMORPG that it's like weird as fuck. It's like you're gonna go to a world. You're gonna go to a world that exists for different lengths of time. You're gonna compete for the world, and then eventually the world is gonna collapse, and you're gonna do it again. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this game design mentality? Adjustable desks are the best. I love to be able to, between sitting and standing, and my wife 15 inches shorter than me, and there are 2 presets. You know, I would get my wife a sit-stand desk. My wife and I don't sit at the same desk. I have 2 desks in the house. I have 2 gaming PCs setups in the house. It's kind of weird. I can technically claim I have 6 monitors. They're just in different rooms. My wife has her own gaming setup. So, she would have to move her desk and stuff. We'd have to rearrange the downstairs gaming area if she wanted a sit-stand desk. But my wife is so short. In order for her to sit at she needs to have a Secret Labs throne. So, let's see. Why are people who oppose Ashes of Creation so set on spreading misinformation about it? Because they're upset about the fact that their game that they love is going to get fucking dumpstered or canceled. Like the Chronicles of Elyria people, if you guys have been around with me for a couple of years, I had a Chronicles of Elyria fan, first of all, make fun of me because I didn't know how the fuck to pronounce Elyria. They literally like wrote a paragraph making fun of my inability to speak because I mispronounced Deliria. First of all, I don't give a fuck how your name is pronounced. Second of all, what you don't realize is I was a supporter of your game. I was an influencer for your game, and you came to my channel, shit on me, and all it did was make me hate your game. But they went and they wrote, and I wish I had saved it. They wrote like 15 paragraphs about how horrible my content is. This absolute diatribe of hate. And afterwards, they actually carried the mantle that Caspian gave them to the owner of Soulbound Studios actually told his community to be active and vengeful against the Harbingers who were talking bad about Chronicles of Elyria. And what blew my fucking mind about this was you want your community to go and be aggressively engaging with content creators who don't agree with you, who might not have said anything else about your game, but now all they're going to do is shit on your community, which in turn shits on you because you sent them to do this. And the worst part is that your game is now canceled and you're being sued and you're a fucking dumbass because you tied your personal wealth to Soulbound Studios because you pierced the corporate veil. So I'm sorry that you were pulling a $250,000 a year salary out of a company, and now you wonder why you're getting your ass sued. Hey, go get food. Don't talk about food for 39 minutes though, because I can't eat until noon. Actually, I'll eat at 1 while I'm walking out the door. I'll grab a protein shake to go. I got to go get my flu shot. Let's see. I saw a repost. I want to grab that one. Where the hell did it go? Will Ashes of Creation have shared bank slots, guild banks, or vaults? Yes, most likely. All of your characters share your storage. Have I heard of Titan Reach? Oh, I really hope they put a lot of effort into the action combat they have shown. It certainly has potential, but it will need a lot of polish and depth. I'm hoping they can pull it off. Loved Arc-H combat, and if we can get something along those lines with a little Guild Wars 2 sprinkled in, you'll be happy. Yeah, that's basically what they're going for. Have I heard of Titan Reach? No, so that one's over. It's a next-gen RuneScape type game that's going into Kickstarter soon. Obviously, I don't recommend backing MMORPG Kickstarters, but I like the concept. Titan Reach. I'll write it down. I'll add it to the list of things I never check out, but I'll write it down. We covered that one. I'm just here to help with your partner push, watching another of your streams on YouTube and mute this here. Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate it, the fact that people realize me making partner isn't about me. It's about the community. You guys actually make partner for me. You guys make partner. I'm just a guy with the microphone and the camera. I just show up 3 times, 4 times a week. If you guys don't show up, I don't go anywhere. I told you guys earlier this week, I saw a post from a streamer that was like, don't come into my stream and ask me how I am. I'm busy. Well, I think you might have just caused yourself a 10% like loss of your viewers. Yes, of course, I want people to come in and talk. People don't want to hear your opinion. They want to hear their opinion coming out of your mouth. Yes, that's what people want. Scammers get mad when you call them out, and that's why they did that. Yeah, kind of. The problem is people keep calling Ashes of Creation a scam. One of these days I want to sit down. I want to sit down with the people, and I want to be like, if you can explain to me how making 3 million on Kickstarter but having already burned through at least 15 million is a good scam, let me know. Because I generally thought scams are designed to put more money in your pocket than you got to get more money in your pocket than you've had to spend. But when I know what your rent is, when I know what your utilities are, when I know people who work for you, and appreciate that. That's a tier 1 sub, Swisher. That's out of your pocket. I appreciate that. But when I know what your rent is, your utilities are, when I know what you spent to go to PAX and Gamescom, and I know, I'm saying, I know these facts. I know I know what your burn rate is. I know people that have worked there. I know people that have worked there and they've told me what their salary was. You can't bullshit when I know people that used to work there, personally know they worked there, right? And so I started adding up the salaries. Ashes isn't a scam. If it is, Steven needs to stop running his scam because he's fucking failing. He's failing at being a scammer. He's spending more money than he's bringing in. Let's see. Great numbers for a Wednesday show. Thanks for a raid. Did you know, Ogaman, that my Wednesday show is my best performing show? My Wednesday show is my best performing show. What about New World? I like the depth of the combat system, to be honest. Lots of animation canceling, but it still needs work for sure. Let me tell you, if you're doing animation canceling, it's a shitty combat system. If you're interrupting your abilities, that's a good combat system. If you're canceling the back end of the animations and immediately moving into the next animation, that's bad. That's bad design. People confuse animation canceling with canceling the ability, and then you don't get the effect. That's why I laugh at streamers with partner push in their title. Yeah. The only time you've seen partner push is in like my description, but that was more because people were recommending I say that to remind my community. And then the only time it was in the actual title was it's the eve of the partner push. Like just to let people know I'm putting in the partner app. Uh-oh. What is this? We got a choo-choo. We got a choo-choo. We got a hype train leaving the station. Appreciate that, Jakuda. Jakuda is a hard-working content creator for Ashes of Creation. Mainly because Jakuda is doing all the back-end work on a project that we're working on. If you guys haven't seen the new project, I do 99% of my work solo. Jakuda is a small content creator for Ashes of Creation. Contacted me, asking me out about a project. Wasn't coming to me to ask me to do a collaboration. Was coming to me to ask for help because I help content creators. The big thing was Jakuda came, had a plan, and more than just an idea. Everybody has ideas. Everybody can have an idea. Bookshelf is full of ideas. You got to take an idea, you got to turn it into a plan. Jakuda came to me with an idea, a plan, some more thoughts, gave me more than 10 words, had the first 10, the 20, the next 10. I was like, dude, this plan sounds so good, I want in on it. Jakuda wasn't coming to me to get me on board with the plan. Just wanted to soundboard the plan. I was like, nope, I want in. So you guys are going to be seeing a new product come in soon. Next week, maybe. Don't want to put a timeline on it, but maybe next week, maybe the week after. It's a good. I love it. I love the thing. I actually have my notes. I got to record later today. I will let you guys know that I may be down today and tomorrow. I will tell you guys this. I do know that the flu shot doesn't give you the flu. I know this. My conscious mind tells me getting the flu shot does not give you the flu. The psychosomatic response that my body has every year I get my flu shot, if somebody can convince my brain that I'm not actually sick, that would be great. But I imagine that I'll be down for today and tomorrow after I get my flu shot because it just always happens. That also happens when you get the flu mist and you end up in the ICU 6 hours later. Let's see. What kind of content that they probably won't add on the launch date would you like them to add in future expansions? It's still an alpha, right? Are you talking alpha or new? Are you retro? Bro, return to jungle. Are you talking Ashes of Creation or New World? So how will they ensure strong continuity of PvE story and lore quests with such a dynamic player-driven world? A main story arc. Because you can have the story arc NPCs appear anywhere you want. They don't need to be in one particular spot. You can do PvE a lot of ways. You can also have your PvE get gated behind world progression. Hey, this NPC is going to go here. If this isn't here, then the NPC is going to like hang out. So, I don't know how they're going to ensure a strong continuity PvE story, but then again, there's a lot of things I don't know. I do know that they have touted the game as a PvX game. There will be a main story arc. I think they do not want to I think they want to not release too much. They don't want to release too much. What's my opinion on the influx of players asking for instance rating on the forums in the Reddit? Here is my opinion on the influx of players asking for instance rating. If you go to a pizza shop and you want to give the owner of the pizza shop feedback on his pizza, for example, hey, Mike, I see that you changed the sausage on your pizza last week. Did you know that the sausage you're using now is a lot spicier and my kids don't like it? Mike might not know that he got a shipment of spicy sausage versus regular sausage. The sausage may be mislabeled. The sausage that he uses may have been out of stock. He ordered a replacement. It might not say spicy sausage, but by God, it's 3 times as spicy as the normal sausage. That is good feedback. That is what you give a game designer. I don't walk into Mike's pizza joint and say, Mike, you know what you need to do to make this pizza joint better? You need to serve Chinese food. Because Mike's going to be like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to serve Chinese food. Do I look Chinese to you? Ashes of Creation is not a theme Ashes of Creation is not a theme park game. Ashes of Creation is not about instance rating or instance dungeons. So what I have to say is all the people that are coming asking for instance rating, I'm sorry that the game you want to play, Pantheon, doesn't look like it's going to pan out. If you want a theme park game, go play Pantheon. If you want an open world player-driven game, play Ashes of Creation. Let's see. Can you give us a hint about this project? Is it something that will be integrated into Ashes 101? No, it will not be integrated into Ashes 101. It is a completely side project. If you want a hint about it, I have pushed it out on my Instagram and my Twitter and my Facebook. So it is there. It's probably the most recent thing on my Instagram. Do they use bullets for a flu shot? No. We received a hype train emote. What is that thing? It's like it's a hype ghost. That is a cool looking little emote. I like that one. I'll take that one. Now playing Quad City DJs with Come and Ride the Train. There you go. If I wouldn't get DMCA'd for that, I would do that. What was in the envelope? Have I opened it yet? Yes. What was in the envelope was a $25 gift card to Amazon or Steam, a $25 gift card to Amazon or Steam, and a $10 gift card to Amazon or Steam. The top 2 people took Steam cards, and then the $10 person took an Amazon gift card. I don't know what I'm going to put in the treasure chest for the next round. I kind of don't want to do gift cards, but right now I think gift cards are going to be the best thing to do. So, when I first checked out Ashes of Creation, I was worried about Steven's previous involvement in an MLM. After reading a bit, I'm not concerned, but I recognize people may be skeptical. Ogaman, let me say this. Anybody who's concerned about MLMs need to realize that there are a lot of completely valid, completely legitimate MLMs out there. I get a check every year into my bank account for MLM work that I did. Shit, how old am I? 20. That'd put me to 21. 4 more years off that. So 24 years ago, I did MLM magazine subscriptions and newspaper subscriptions. And to this day, I am still getting a yearly check because I had my team of magazine and newspaper subscription salespeople. I sold a bunch of magazine subscriptions to a lot of businesses around where I lived. Well, what happened is when I sold a crazy amount of subscriptions, I got given a team of 5 people. And those 5 people, I get a percentage of all the things that they've done over the last 24 years, right? And then they got their own teams. So my cut of their direct work got smaller. But because their pool of money gets bigger, I get paid. They're magazine subscriptions, but it's still a multi-level marketing thing. MLMs are a scam for the employees. No, they are not. No, they are not. Most consumers get the product they wanted, but not a lot of MLM employees actually make the money that they spend. Okay, stop that. That is wrong. That is incorrect. That is a segment of MLMs. Like I just told you, MLM company 24 years ago, I got handed a book and order forms, and I hit every single business up and like I lived where there were probably 800 or 900 businesses within walking distance of my house. Insurance companies, real estate offices, places that like magazine subscriptions and they like newspaper subscriptions. My total investment was $0. Okay. I had to give the company nothing. Okay. I had to give the company nothing. I literally had a huge magazine. Where I made the best decisions was, all right, I was 16, 17 years old. For the dentist's office, I didn't walk into the dentist's office, okay? I didn't walk into the dentist's office with a book of like 2,000 magazines and 50 newspaper subscriptions, right? I walked in where I had gone to the library. Remember when color photocopiers were this like, holy shit, a color photocopier? Yeah, that was my lifetime. So I went and I took the time to color photocopy out what I thought was best for a dentist's office and a doctor's office and a real estate office and an insurance office, right? So I made these one page, my top recommendations, okay? And so what I did was when I walked into these businesses and I had my solicitor's permit, I'd walk in and it was always funny because the very first thing that would happen is I'd walk in and be like, hey, can I talk to the person who's in charge of ordering the magazines and the newspapers? We don't accept solicitors. Actually, I'm permitted, so you don't have a no solicitor sign at the door, and I have a permit to be doing this. That always impressed them. I'm a young man. I'm in a suit, tie, and because the receptionist in the 90s, and they were just there to kick you the fuck out. But they didn't have a no solicitor sign on the door. They just thought that they could say no solicitors and you'd fuck off. So I'd walk in and be like, hi, can I talk to the person who orders the newspapers and the magazines for the office? You can't solicit here. Yes, I can. Here's my permit. And immediately you have a level of authenticity. And you have an air of legitimacy. I have a permit. I have a badge. I have credentials. You will let me see the office manager because you don't want to tell me no and get in trouble. So then the person to come out, I say, look, I need 60 seconds of your time. I see a bunch of magazines in your waiting room. It looks like a hodgepodge collection. What if I could offer you specifically targeted magazines to your field and your craft? And I'd always be holding the big, thick thing. I don't have time to look, because I knew what the first no was going to be. I don't have time to look through a big magazine catalog, but if you leave it here, you know what I'm going to do for you? Boom. Here's my top 15 recommendations for the magazines that a medical office should have. The top 7 are things that are directly related to you. I understand this is a pediatrician practice. So the top 7 are magazines that I think pediatricians' offices should have. And then the other ones are things that you should have for kids. I have highlights for children on there. I have Family Circle. I have... I don't want to take up any more of your time. I know you're busy. You'll see at the bottom, there is my information. You just give me a call. You call me on your time. I will come in on your time and we can talk magazine sales. You'll see the prices there. I guarantee you I'm going to save you money. I guarantee you I'm going to save you money. Shit, man, I just told you I'll come in on your time. I'll save you money. What it cost me? $50 maybe to make copies? Maybe. But the company didn't make me spend that $50. I sold fucking magazine subscriptions up and down Pulaski, Cicero, Western, all of them. Just walking. A lot of them I sold them that day. Newspapers. You know, fucking, why am I going to try to sell the Wall Street Journal? Give a big fucking list of newspaper subscriptions. Why am I going to try to sell the Wall Street Journal to the pediatrician's office? And why am I going to try to sell, the Chicago Sun-Times and the Chicago Tribune, the Southtown Economist, different newspapers, different spins, different places? So a multi-level marketing thing isn't a scam, okay? I had... When after the first 2 years that I did the hoofing, I had a team. I taught the team my technique. That meant I didn't have to hoof anymore. As long as the people kept my original order, I got money direct as a level 1 salesperson. I got a team of people. I taught them my technique, how they did it. I told them, hey, this grid is mine. Stay the fuck out of it. And then after a couple of years, I said, hey guys, I've had a lot of fall offs, Now, I still get money from that. Every year I get a check gets deposited in my account. 24 years later, I think. That's a good MLM. A bad MLM is a lot of the shit that you see where you have to buy $500 worth of shit. And what I think Warhead said it. MLMs that require you to spend money up front before you can start making money are scams. Yes, absolutely. It is not a job if they say to you, well, what we're going to need from you is X number of dollars. If your job ever needs X number of dollars from you up front, it's a scam. It is a straight scam. Well, what about the places that I need specific gear or boots or gloves? Yeah, they take it out of your first paycheck. They give it to you because it's a requirement for the job, and then they pay you. So MLMs are not bad. People see MLM and they instantly think pyramid scheme. Now, I want to remind you guys, MLMs are not bad. The Girl Scouts of America are an MLM organization. And I did a video on this because people are so stupid, they can't get it through their head. And I say that because if your entire argument is that Steven's an evil bastard because he was involved in Zango, first of all, Steven left Zango before they were investigated and about to be indicted by the FTC. There's a lot of people that have been involved in companies and they left, and then after they left, things went to shit, okay? Most of you have probably worked at companies that have been sued. That doesn't make you a bad person, okay? Cold calling has to be the worst thing of all time besides customer service. Yeah, cold calling. I wish they would just make cold calling illegal, to be honest. Not just the National Do Not Call Registry. I just wish that they would make cold calling flat illegal because it's so ineffective anyway. It's so ineffective. It's just like door-to-door salesmen. Door-to-door sales techniques worked in a different time in a different era. You got the wife to buy the encyclopedias. You got the wife to buy the vacuum cleaner. You got the wife to buy the stuff at home. Why do I say the wife? Because you need to know your cultural history. 40 years ago, 50 years ago, it was mom who was at home. The vacuum was sold specifically to mom to make mom's life easier, okay? And then they use that little technique. Well, you don't need your husband's permission. Bad sales technique. Real good job. Sell a vacuum. Piss off your your spouse. Yeah, door to door was post World War II sales strategy. It worked 50 years ago. It doesn't work now. Because unless somebody showed up at my door with the complete streamer's kit that I need to take my stream to the next level, am I going to buy anything from a door-to-door salesman? Come on. So, little side rant over. Do you know when Ashes will show some more content based on the Summoner class? Or will this be the type of class that is underdog on both PvE and PvP and will be a 3 slams design? Okay, so first of all, I don't know why you get to your second question from your first question. That's a really big jump. That's like jumping off the cliff. Do I know when they're going to show some more content based on the Summoner design? And the answer to that is yes, when the Summoner is done. Right now they're working on Tank, Cleric, Mage, Ranger, either Fighter or Rogue. They're working on 5 of the 8 archetypes because that's how you develop, that's how you build your game. Summoner will probably be the last class designed because it is designed to temporarily fill any role. No class is going to be the underdog in both PvE and PvP. And there are no 3 slam kills. So that, like, the second half of your statement lets me know you haven't really done much research on Ashes because either you trust the fact that they have a good plan for their overall combat design or you don't. If you don't, then it doesn't matter when they show it off. You're not going to believe it anyway. I bet you could build a successful streaming MLM. There are a lot of companies that try to do bullshit, and believe it or not, streamers out there, if you're a content creator, you ever thought about getting involved in content creation? I'm gonna tell you right now, talk to me before you get involved with any of these bullshit things that are going to tell you, we can make your channel grow. We can do this for you. We can do this for you. We can maximize your profits. We can do this. Bullshit. Number one, it's free, right? It's free. There is my Paradox Gaming Network content creators page. It's free. Okay? It's free. MCNs are basically MLMs. Yes, they are. What they're going to offer you is they're going to say, well, we're only going to take this percentage of your profits, and shut the fuck up. I don't need you to take a percentage of my profits. What you're promising to do for me isn't what I need. So if you guys are small content creators and you're worried about growing, you can ask Old Blind Guy. You can ask Roz. You can ask a lot of people. They send me PMs. Now, the guy earlier, I am going to say, the guy earlier kind of torqued me off a little bit. He's like, you said you were going to do this and you didn't do it. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? You didn't send me the message. You say that publicly. You make it sound like I don't respond. I don't fulfill what I say I'm going to do. So that's why I kind of called him back out for it. Sure, you can call me out because I said I'm going to give you an invite to something, but my instructions were friend me on Discord and send me a message. I get about 200 messages on Discord a day. Okay? Help me help you. Okay? Help me help you. But if you're going to call me out in public on my channel because I didn't check a box in the deliverable, that ain't cool. When the guy came in and I don't have this sheet. Oh, wait, I do. When Kasami D came the last time, Kasami D was right in calling me out. He's like, hey man, I haven't got my gift card yet. And I was like, yeah, I want to explain that. The lockout is still there. So that was a fair call out because he hadn't gotten his gift card yet. 215 people watching me complain. Yeah, you know what's funny? I don't even really want to deal with you. So now there's 214 people watching me complain. So let's see. Helping you to help me requires so much effort. Help yourself so you can help me better. Yeah, right? It's like, man, you just ran a 5K. Can you turn around and run 3K back and run my ass no. Did I just delete message for that? No, I banned him for that because again, not really, really not even, worried about it. Not even concerned. You're neglecting your job. Yeah, if I didn't, Frost would have gotten to him a minute ago. Frost works nights, so my moderators are free. But yeah, let's see. Summoner will be the most difficult class to balance. Because summoners don't have that love that tanks, healers, melees, mages, archers take. No, here's the thing. I don't know what your experience with, I do not know what your experience with summoners is. Experience with summoners is, Final Fantasy 11, really good summoner. Diablo 2, Necromancer, really good summoner. Final Fantasy 14 started off as a really good summoner, and every time they tweak it and touch it and turn it, it just gets worse and worse and worse. But every time, every single time they touch Final Fantasy's summoner, it gets worse and worse and worse. Like right now, I think we have 4 different mechanics going on our skill bar. So not that that's bad. In my opinion, not that that's bad. In fact, I do want to be fair to Final Fantasy XIV's summoner. There's 4 different things. There's 4 different things going on in your hotbar. So you're managing 4 different things. So it's an amazing class, except compared to all the other classes that are managing 1 or 2 things, it's radically unequal. And it's not like they're damaged. It's like, it's really weird, right? It's really, really weird. You're managing 4 different things on your bar, and you're not the best damage class. So summoner is bizarre, right? Summoner is simply bizarre. Where did your snowflake go? I have no idea, man. Did you hit 10 bits or something? You should also have access to a new emote. Oh, there's your, yeah, there it is. Yeah, because you went up to 10 bits, so it gave you, yeah, there you go. Let's see. Whoa, now Diablo 2 Summoner was terrible. Ryan, are you saying that Diablo 2's Necromancer was terrible? I don't think Diablo 2's Necromancer was horrible. Let's see. I take no shit. If you're gonna hate, you can hate silently. That doesn't mean you can't disagree. In fact, some of our best discussions from debating opposite points of views, but be respectful, like you want your viewers to respect you while you're streaming. Yeah, exactly. Like, number one, I have 2 stream accounts. I have 2 stream accounts specifically for the day that I do make partner. I'm gonna come into your channel as a person, not as the product. But yeah, and I didn't ban him because he said something derogatory to me. I banned him because he was ultimately saying something derogatory to all of you. He was basically insulting all the 215 people who were sitting here listening to me complain. I wasn't complaining. I was talking. You know, we were having a discussion. And you have TV in your name, which means you're a streamer. So I don't know if you're in here being belligerent because you're trying to drive content to you, but all those things combined, it's like you can spend a lot of time insulting me. I'm not going to get offended. My mods might get offended, but you can insult me. You insult my audience, that's why that was trigger. You insult my audience, you got to go, because I say it all the time. I think I have the best audience on Twitch. What's the other one? It's just one that lets me move channel. I only stream on one account. I have a Twitch account that allows me to move around Twitch without directing traffic back to myself. Sometimes I forget and I pop into, like, if I'm getting ready to stream or something, I pop in, but I have one that allows me to wander around and chill and talk in people's streams, then it doesn't look like I'm trying to drive traffic back to myself. You are right that Summoner is the best magic DPS right now because of the high mobility. I do want to say that because they are way more mobile. Their summon can't be killed, and Black Mage needs to not only post, but if a Black Mage's combo gets interrupted in Final Fantasy, they're going to be out of mana because they have to do things in a certain order. So yes, that is true. But I think you'll agree with me, Casually Crude. Summoner is actually managing 4 completely unrelated, like, rotations, which kind of hurts. Do I think war decks should be one-sided? Yes, I think war decks should be one-sided, and here's why. They are doing the old school sort of you throw the challenge, I set the terms. The challenged parties, is the one that sets the terms. So you're a small guild, and I'm a bully guild, and I have a guild fortress, and I have a guild hall, and you're a small guild, and I bully you, and I war deck you. You have to accept the war deck, but you get to decide what the terms are. So you might pick the terms of guild hall. Well, you don't have a guild hall. I don't know how that's going to work, but they may. You know, I'm starting to feel that you love my stream more than you love me, because you don't come to see me, and you come to see them. Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know she put him there. My daughter put my weights on his blanket. That might go lay down. But the war deck might be, I choose my victory condition is that if I siege your guild fortress or I steal something out of your guild hall. We don't know enough about the guild wars yet. I do think they should be one-sided because I don't think you ever need to have, like, I can declare war on you. Doesn't matter if you declare war on me back. We're at war. I'm coming. We're coming. We're gonna have that fight. So yeah, I think one-sided guild wars are fine. I think that it should cost you more for each guild war you send out. So 100 guild, 500 guild, 1,000 guild, 2,000 guild. For every guild war you send out, there should be a higher cost. I'm not sure how that should work with inbound inbound guild wars. Thanks for streaming. I gotta get back to making sure my family is ready in case we have to evacuate. You should definitely be making sure you're ready to evacuate. You know, I wanted to do some charity stuff for all the people being displaced by all these wildfires, but you know what the sad part is? I don't even know. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Eat my chair. It's a brand new chair. There's so, like, Frost was telling me, he showed me a picture. It's snowing in Colorado while they've got wildfires. The only good part of the temperature dropping by 50 degrees is that I'm hoping Colorado gets some relief with the temperatures dropping 50 degrees by lowering the ambient temperature. And you lower the ambient temperature, you sort of disrupt fire's ability to be such, you know, an obstinate bitch. Because remember, the forest is on fire and that it's already burning. But if you can lower the ambient temperature, you take away the source of heat, you make the fires more manageable. What the shit that's going to be burning is still going to be burning, but they might be able to use this cold front as an opportunity to at least get some of it taken care of. And then what did I hear? Guys, I'm going to admit, I haven't been watching the news lately because the news is just, we're in the middle of the political landscape. I don't want to talk politics. Just both sides, like, this country has gone to hell in a handbasket. We need real leadership, not politicians. We need statesmen, not politicians. So I haven't been watching the news at all. And my question is this fire started by somebody that was doing a baby reveal party? Because I heard that this fire started over somebody doing a baby reveal. And I just needed to know if that was true. Is it? Oh my fucking God. You know, can I just say, I don't want to be that kid. I don't, I don't want to be that kid. I don't want to be the kid that grows up knowing that my family burned like half the fucking Colorado. No, not born from the wildfires. There was a baby reveal, and the pyrotechnic display at a baby reveal started the fire. Just fuck's sake. Then you got the people here, the people down by me. We had a really, 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 really ridiculously hot summer last summer, and they canceled the fireworks show, and they literally said, if we catch you lighting off any fireworks, we're gonna fuck your shit up. We're gonna fine the hell out of you. And people are like, well, we should be able to set off fireworks. And the fire department was like, the chief of the fire department was like, I'm going to have fires on 4th of July that I can't deal with to begin with. And you people want to make that worse. It was a smoke launcher. Wow. The Creek fire, I think, was from lightning, and the El Dorado fire was the one caused by a pyrotechnic at a gender reveal party. Yeah. The only gender reveal party should be in the baby delivery room. Yeah. You know? So why are people stupid? Because George Carlin said we make everybody wear a helmet for everything. And our new medical technologies are saving entirely too many kids. The kid who ate too many marbles didn't grow up to have kids of his own. Well, we started saving all of those kids. Let's see. I don't understand why the fuck people have to use a pyrotechnic display instead of having blue-pink cakes. Yeah, I know. You know, modern medicine has defeated natural selection for the human race. I know y'all don't like George Carlin. Or not George Carlin. Everybody loves George Carlin. I've never met anybody that hates George Carlin. What? What did you do? I didn't even see. What do we even know what word that was? PM me that word that got you, because Stream Elements has got a couple of words. Stream Elements got a couple of words there, but not everybody loves Carlos Mencia. I get a lot of people hate Carlos Mencia. Carlos Mencia, he steals jokes. It's kind of a sin in the comedy world. But Carlos Mencia said something about tigers. Like, you don't fuck with tigers. And, you know, I hate when I hear about an animal at the zoo getting shot because some dumbass climbs into an animal exhibit and then they get clawed to death by a tiger. You know, I don't think that you should be able to climb into an animal exhibit, drunk, high, stoned, or not. If you climb into an animal exhibit and the animal fucks your shit up, the animal should be given a fucking medal. Congratulations, tiger. You're a real tiger. You fucked his shit up. Have a steak. Have a small chicken. It's like out in Kansas, there was a kid who climbed over the wall. He climbed over the barricade. And he was fucking with the Black Panther. The Black Panther paces all day. The Black Panther, he's cool as shit. I love that zoo. This dude walks back and forth. And this kid jumped over the rail and was like poking his finger in, and the panther would run towards his hand, and he'd pull away and he'd jump and he'd laugh. Meanwhile, the teacher's there, not fucking putting the beat down on this kid, and then the kid goes to turn and he doesn't realize that the panther hasn't walked away, and as he turns, he takes that step closer. The panther reaches out and just catches hold of the fucking kid. The parents tried to sue the zoo. The zoo said, "What the fuck was your kid doing beyond the rail?" Well, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. And the zoo's like, it's about 12 feet from the rail to the panther. What the hell was your kid doing over there? The parents are like, we're going to sue you. We're going to sue you. The zoo turned around and said, we're going to sue you for the psychological trauma this panther has to deal with. There was no lawsuit. The San Francisco zoo tiger was killed when it escaped and chased the teens all the way across the park. It ignored everyone else, and the tiger was a senior citizen in age, so it really wanted them bad. I think they threw something at it. Yeah, that's bullshit. You know, but you know, I'm not saying that I 100% agree with Singapore, but in Singapore, remember that kid 20 years ago? Fucking graffitiing, spray paint, vandalizing in Singapore, and he was supposed to get like 20 lashes with a bamboo stick. He got 6 and cried like a bitch. You know, I'm sorry, but if you go wandering around and you vandalize in a foreign country, if you're an American and you're in a foreign country vandalizing and they put your ass in the city square and beat that ass with a bamboo stick, you deserved it. Do we know if mana spent for a spell when the cast begins or when it ends has implications for canceling casts and interrupt counterplay? No, we do not know when the mana consumption happens. That's a good question, and we will find that out in alpha testing. So, good question. Bringing us back to Ashes. A lot of people are using the footage that we have. They're like, well, we don't see this. Yeah, you're not gonna see that. It's early footage. It's preview footage. We got a long way to go. We got a long way to go. So the kid in Singapore deserved it. Yeah, he did. When will the alpha testing be streamable? Sometime this fall. Sometime this fall. Let's see. 100%, 150%. If you circumvent safety measures in order to put yourself in a dangerous situation, you deserve whatever the fuck happens. Yeah, it's like the guy who jumped over a safety rail at an amusement park to retrieve his hat and got his head taken clean off. Well, bitch, I guess you don't need your hat now. I don't know. Maybe that's why when you're walking up to the ride, there's about 8 signs that say, take your hat off. Maybe that's why you're, maybe that's why when you're in the line, there's a big thing that says, please make sure to secure all loose objects, including hats, cell phones, and glasses. Holy shit. I don't know. My daughter wears hearing aids. Guess what my daughter doesn't do? My daughter doesn't wear her hearing aids to amusement parks. Why? Because they don't stay in on roller coasters. My daughter wears glasses. I wear glasses. I wear overly expensive Oakley sunglasses. Hold on. Wait. Maybe? Gonna be a knock. Tamir is actually the MVP because I didn't want to take a break and she brought me a tea. I was down to sips. So, yeah. My daughter doesn't wear hearing aids. I don't wear my... I have a case. Oh, got to order my new case. My case got torn at Disney. I take my glasses off. Guess what? I don't jump over the rail. If I lose an object, I don't jump over the rail. You know? Guess what? I don't jump over the rail. And I'm never at risk of getting hit by a roller coaster. Let's see. I would pay money to get more footage to play on stream. I know, right? Steven, I need another playthrough, and I understand you're busy. However, you can just give me Alpha 1 access, like privately, and I will do like 180 minutes of 4K footage. Sound good? I think that sounds good. You don't need no hat if you got no head. Exactly. How did the Twitch partnership go? Emberstone, not like... I'm not anxious about it because I put it in on Friday after the business day. Monday was a holiday, so they were only back in the office yesterday. And I understand that they're getting a ton of partner requests right now. There's a lot of people who are streaming. So I'm not worried about the partner application. We pulled the trigger on it. We're pushing ahead. This is our third show. This is our third show since I'm not going to stop. We rolled over 15,000 YouTube followers. I'm not going to stop. We're just going to keep going. So I put the application in. I think the channel is ready for partner. We'll find out. Realistically, official release is at least a year away. Oh yeah. This game ain't going to release until at the very, very, very earliest, December 2021. My money is on March 22nd, 2022. That's my goal. Train your cat to bring your tea to you. Man, I can barely train my cats not to piss on my laundry room floor. They're getting finicky about their boxes. Pissed on my laundry room floor. I told him if he does it again, I'm not going to have we're not going to have a cat anymore. It's super unfortunate that so many people are greedy and selfish. It's the reason why the libertarian ideology can't work in the US. We simply don't have maturity to handle the responsibility that comes with freedom. Fair point. Directly related to gaming. Why can't gaming get better? Like I said earlier, people want to bitch about the quality of the game, but then they don't want to vote with their wallet. They accept poor customer service. So they accept it and then they expect it. Do I have to use sign language with my daughter? No, my daughter doesn't sign because she's a lazy slack bitch and won't learn her sign. So. 222.22. Yeah, I don't think 222.22 is going to work. I think doesn't give them enough time. So, when will the game go live for pre-order package? Depends which pre-order package you have. Am I Sorcerer from Arcade? No, Sorcerer from Arcade is Steven, the creative director. I am Jalan from Arcade. Yeah, partner applications taking about 8 to 10 weeks. Yeah. I mean, there's two types of partner applications. They're the people who apply who don't have the expedited application. And then there's the people who apply that have the expedited application because they have all the benchmarks already. I have all the benchmarks already. So what the hell? So, which pre-order should I buy to get the earliest access? The earliest access you're going to get if you make a purchase today is going to be Alpha 2, and that's sometime next year. So, the 250 or the 375. If Alpha 1 does go back up for sale, you will have to upgrade to the $500 pack. Don't want to drive me away, but don't forget your date with the flu. Yeah, I've got 49 minutes until I gotta start wrapping up. I don't have a definitive hard stop. I just need to make sure that I stop reasonably close to my appointment. It sucks too because my wife's appointment, like my wife has to drive all the way into town and come all the way back. And then I got to drive all the way into town and all the way back. And then my wife's going to be driving back into town and back because her appointment's at one time, my appointment's 40 minutes later, and then the girls' appointment is later because that's the only times they had. But we got lucky because we're in the first, like we're in the high priority for our flu shots because of the little one. Like I said, I might be down and out today and tomorrow. I know that the flu shot doesn't give me the flu, but my body has a psychosomatic response to it, and I yell at my body all the time. And it's like, no, what you really want to do is lay in bed and watch TV. I can't wait for the COVID vaccine so I can go back to work. Yeah, bad news for you. Right now it looks like they can only make a vaccine that gives you 90 to 120 days of immunity. It's like trying to create a vaccine for the common cold. There's just too many strains of it. But Steven has already said that gear obtainable in the world will look as cool as gear from the shop, but do you think they will continue creating cool gear for the world at the same rate as the shop over time? Well, here's the thing. That's a good question. Good question. The problem becomes, if you're going to make this stuff obtainable in game, well, first of all, hold up. Let's take a step back. Let's take a couple of steps back. Number one, what you buy in the cash shop is not gear. It's skins. It's skins. That's the first thing I wanted to address. What they're selling in the cash shop are cosmetic skins, either a full body cosmetic or an accessory cosmetic, or a piece like the boots, the capes, the cloaks, that sort of stuff. So they're not selling gear in the shop. I want to make sure that we hammer that point home. A lot of people still think they're selling actual gear in the shop, and they're not doing that. While they can make really cool looking gear for the world, there has to be an acquisition method for the gear in the world. Now, I would hope that part of that is the PvP seasons that they talked about. So those full body cosmetics, they can make really cool looking stuff for the PvP seasons. The problem becomes Ashes of Creation is a sub-only game that doesn't have a box price. So they need a way to pay the bills. Now, as long as they don't do some ridiculous stuff where they start selling Santa outfits and naughty Santa girls and all that bullshit that people hate in games. I don't care if they sell a Santa costume. It's one of the few real world holidays I do not care if they if they cover. If they want to sell a Santa costume, I think everybody on the planet equally accepts Christmas. I know, Jews, sorry, Hanukkah for you. But I think everybody accepts the jolly old fat man at the North Pole with the 8 reindeer and the one with the red nose. I think everybody gets down on that. Now, Halloween, they don't do Halloween. And I respect them from not doing Halloween, because Halloween, I want you guys to remember this. Halloween is a very, like, the end of October, beginning of November is a very, very important day in the Catholic faith. A lot of people don't realize this. All Saints Day is also All Souls Day, All Saints Day. I think everybody agrees with Halloween, the Americanized, and I don't know which other countries. So when I say Americanized, it's because I'm not up to date on the entire world's Halloween culture. But there are some countries, there are some groups that still celebrate Samhain. Okay, so they don't do Halloween with pumpkins and that shit. They do the darker cosmetics. Every year we get these darker cosmetics that look like this. Around, some of these were the Necropack, some of these were the darker months. Over time we got Steven to agree to do like a darker theme every October. So that's cool. But I hope that they don't turn the cash shop into a clown fucking fiesta. And I don't think Steven will do that to his game. All right? I don't think Steven will do that to his game. Day of the Dead, yeah, it's funny. Like Day of the Dead, there are people that are like, you shouldn't be celebrating Day of the Dead unless you're Mexican. So I celebrate Day of the Dead, and they're like, but you're not Mexican. Like, my wife is, so I'm not allowed to support my wife and her cultural heritage. That's kind of shitty. I would rather pay $20 a month than have a cash shop. Yep. But the problem is that number one, they already have a cash shop. Number two, $20 a month is a 33% increase in the barrier to entry. It's really, really easy for a singleton to say, I would pay this much per month. But what you don't realize is by increasing the cost from $15 to $20 doesn't cover all the people who would no longer play your game. So the question you'd have to ask yourself, are you willing to pay $700 a month to not have a cash shop? And the answer to that is no, you're not. You're not willing to pay $700 a month, because if you want to get the game to not have a cash shop, plus the fact, I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm going to be honest. A couple of years ago, I used to say Ashes of Creation had no pay to win. And then I ran into some people who talked about visual progression. And I said, look, as far as I'm willing to go with visual progression is I'm willing to acknowledge that it exists. And I'm willing to change my stance on the Ashes of Creation cash shop from not pay to win to not pay to ... However, I want to be completely honest and frank. The people who are on the top of the visual progression hill and you're bunkered in with sandbags and 50 caliber machine guns and you're ready to die on your hill, you're going to lose the fight, because the game has to pay for itself. Okay? The game has to pay for itself. If the game can't pay for itself, there's no game for you to be upset about. Okay? Now, I'm not saying visual progression isn't a thing, but they're giving you visual progression in the game. Some of the people with the visual progression want to die on this hill are because they think the only thing people should get is visual progression in game. Okay, but you're such a minority. There is such a thing as called discounting a minority. You are such a minority with the visual progression thing. Your argument's never going to be realistic. You're asking Intrepid to change their business model to satisfy you. So, yeah, the visual minority people, you are becoming such a fucking nuisance, or the visual progression people, you are becoming such a fucking nuisance that just expect to get patted on the head and ignored. You want visual progression to matter, and they've already said it does. Visual progression will matter. There will be in-game obtainable only cosmetics that you have to be the best person in arena. You have to be the best at this. You have to clear this content. You have to do these things. There will be more exclusive cosmetics that come from in-game, okay, than there will be from the cash shop. Now, sure, there are cash shop cosmetics. There are cash shop cosmetics that are going to be really exclusive because people didn't know about them, okay? And I get that. That is the benefit of finding the game early. That's all I can say. But the visual progression people, I'm telling you, you're becoming so obnoxious. And this isn't directed to anybody in the chat. This is directed to the people who are really on the Reddit, like falling over themselves. Your argument is becoming so fucking obnoxious that if it takes you 25 paragraphs to present your issue, Steven doesn't have time to read 25 paragraphs. Okay, he doesn't. I don't expect any creative director or CEO. Okay? What's the problem? People shouldn't be able to look better than me because they paid for it in the cash shop. Shut the fuck up. The best cosmetics are going to come from achievements obtainable only in game, period. Well, that doesn't really answer my question. No, it absolutely answers your question. You just don't like the answer. So, yeah, you're asking them to change the business model. That's not going to happen. I'm going to break your immersion by transmog legendary gear into a Santa outfit. It doesn't break my immersion. It doesn't break my immersion. Ow. It doesn't break my immersion. If you can get the Santa outfit in game or in the cash shop, it doesn't break my immersion. You know, it doesn't break my immersion. Congratulations. You're the dude that runs around in a Santa outfit all year long. I'm gonna call you Dirty Santa. I'm gonna call you Billy Bob Thornton. I'm gonna call you Bad Santa. I'm gonna come up with a name for you. But it doesn't break my immersion. Now, if they put bikinis in the cash shop, I'm going to look. Well, first of all, you're probably not going to have bikinis in the cash shop. And if you guys don't know why you're probably not going to have bikinis in the cash shop, you need to do more research about the game. You're probably not going to have bikinis in the cash shop, which is great because I don't think there should be people running around in bikinis. A lot of the exclusive stuff that's cash shop is supposed to be a redo of in-game pieces. A lot of the stuff that's been available on the cash shop, an alternative variant, will be obtainable in game. So yes, there are obtainable. There will be obtainable in game. Just dawned on me. Jalon is our teacher since we can't go to school. Online learning for the win. Yeah, you know, I actually made an offer to the local school district that I would teach all of the social studies. They could fire the entire social studies department and just have me. Because, I mean, if I'm teaching all the kids at the same time, I could lecture up at the high school, you know? Let's see. Something to watch while I wait for the order to evacuate from wildfires. Yeah, shit, man. Hey, shouldn't you be Karthos, shouldn't you be reporting down to your local volunteer fire department and fighting fires? Blast from the past. At the same time, €60 for a AAA game. Do you get 4 months of playtime for it? I think $15 per month is cheap if you get 150 hours per month. I think if you get more than 15 hours of playtime a month, more than 15 hours of playtime per month out of your MMO subscription, you're good. I like to use the $1 an hour. I use the $1 an hour mentality. If I buy a new game, if I got $1 or if I got 1 hour per dollar spent on the game, then I think it was a win. Not everybody agrees with that, but that's my number. Let's see. I will maybe more like one of the first guys complaining to Steven, this is my in-game wardrobe isn't big enough. The good part is your in-game wardrobe is basically going to be infinite because it's a completely separate system. So isn't best looking a subjective thing, an opinion? It's definitely not provable, disprovable. Again, 100% accurate. As you guys know, this was my... where is it? Oh, not that one. Where did we go? Not that one either. Hitting buttons, man. I'm hitting buttons. You don't let the old guy hit buttons. I'm touching. So, as you guys know, this is my mascot, and this armor is what I wore in ArcAge. It was pretty much this armor. It's been slightly modified to make it not an exact duplicate. Like everything from the waist down is artist done, right? And then the top, the priest collar, the center chest piece. I mean, if they get really persnickety with me, I can get rid of it. But this was what I wore. There were some people that would see my Inquisitor robes and be like, dude, that's badass. Other people would see it and be like, I hate your cosmetic. It was to the point where I actually asked them to just give it to me. I said, will you guys give me my cosmetic on Unchained just so my character can look like my character? But yeah, it's completely subjective. It's absolutely completely subjective. Can't wait to see how they would do seasonal holiday events. I think what we're going to see instead of real world holiday events, we're going to have Vera specific holiday events. So they are going to create their own holidays in game. And that's what we'll have. Coming from old school RuneScape and BDO, after looking at the cleric abilities, I agree with your opinion. It will be able to do well in 1v1. Do you think a damaged spec cleric will be a good class, or would it be looked down upon in groups and less useful? Well, here's the thing, Barrington. Why would I want to invite a damaged spec cleric into groups of 8? And the reason why you wouldn't invite them into a group of 8 is your cleric, your job in party play is to be the healer, not the damage dealer. Now, is it possible that you bring some damage spec clerics instead of somebody else because you want 1.5 clerics in your raid? Yes, absolutely. I just can't say enough about it because I haven't seen more about the cleric kit yet. Once I get into Alpha 1, I'll be able to pontificate a little bit more on that. But I ran a damage spec cleric in ArcAge that was still able to do a lot of healing. A lot of people always yelled at me. They're like, why do you have Holy Bolt in your healing build? Because I want to be able to do damage. Why do you have Skewer in your healer build? Because I want to be able to use Skewer. Yeah, I could have been a better healer with 2 other healing abilities, but I think clerics are going to find that they're able to PvP just fine and have fun. It's just if you're ever pigeonholed into a situation where they need the full healing ability kit, you might be screwed. Can't wait. Oh, we did holiday events. I think the ratio of in-game obtainable cosmetics to shop cosmetics is important. They don't have much incentive to add new obtainable cosmetics compared to the shop, so a year or 2 after launch, the ratio could become skewed. I agree that for now it isn't a worry. Here's the thing. I'm going to be honest. It doesn't matter if it's skewed. As long as they provide in-game alternatives, then honestly, what do people want? Okay, what do people want? They have to pay the bills. They have to pay the bills. And remember, for the first year, there's a lot of people that they don't make any money on in the first year. Anybody with Alpha 1, they don't make any money on that person for the first year. Because everybody with Alpha 1 has at least 12 months of subscription time. So, yeah, they need to be financially viable. And a lot of people are like, well, it's just corporate greed. And at that point, I'm like, shut the fuck up, okay? People are like, well, if they have 1 million people paying $15 a month, they're making $15 a month. And I'm like, no, the fuck they're not, because you're not even factoring in taxes. And by the time a corporation gets done paying taxes, that's 30% right off the top, plus 6% on the employment taxes. So people who don't understand business should really not talk about, like, they shouldn't try to be in jumping in on on the business side of the discussion. This company's making too much money. Please shut up. Because by the time you're done with taxes and royalties, Intrepid makes less than $8.5 million on a million subscribers. A million subscribers. 15 million is what the number would be, and by the time they're done, they're already down to 8.5 million. So, you know, people need to understand that. And then you try to educate them, and something Warhead said earlier is people don't want to hear your opinion, they just want their opinion coming out of your mouth. When you try to explain people, you try to explain economics to people and taxes and businesses, and you clearly... They don't get it because they like space out on you. You're like, yeah, please shut up. Who cares how much money they make if they make a great game I can play? Yes. The problem is I care how much money they make because they have to be making enough money to stay viable. Okay? Got to start adding these quotes to the quote box. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket. Yes. I take like the 25 paragraph suggestion. I'm glad you care enough about Ashes to write 25 paragraphs about Ashes of Creation. Take your suggestion and chuck it in the fuck it bucket because the owner of the company doesn't have time to read 25 paragraphs. My boss at the Pentagon told me if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it thoroughly. And was probably the greatest piece of advice I ever got. I used to write 3 to 4 page bullet papers. And my bosses always liked them. And then I got my boss at the Pentagon. She said, I love your paper. I said, thanks. She's like, I threw it in the shredder. The fuck? And she's like, I don't have time to read 3 pages. I'm a colonel working out of the Pentagon. You're a captain. You get about 6 lines. I said, she's like, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it thoroughly. And she hung up on me. I got an email a few minutes later. Hey, I need your white paper back in like 2 hours. I literally didn't know what the hell to do. Luckily, I had taken some journalism in high school. I did the upside down pyramid. And in upside down pyramid, you write news articles in the upside down pyramid format so that when you send it to your editor, if your editor doesn't have time, okay, there's not actually a conclusion to news articles. If you guys have never noticed that, there's not an actual conclusion to most news articles. To an op-ed piece, there is. But to an op-ed piece, the author is given X number of column inches so they know how much space to fill. But in an average news story, the editor can just go in and cut from the bottom. If there's a conclusion, it's an opinion. Yes, exactly. Spot on, exactly right. A operations manager at a newspaper or the desktop publisher, they don't read the stories. The writers know that if I told you had 4 column inches and an advert came in that ate up half of that, you now have 2 column inches. I literally am going to lay your story in PageMaker PageMaker. Wherever you're out of space, I'm going to cut, cram, go. So the first 2 paragraphs of your story better tell the story. So yeah, when you have a 25 paragraph suggestion, chop it down, 50 words or less. It is $14.99. They will have deals at launch for multiple month sub. Yes, they will. They will have package deals. The more sub time you buy, the lower you pay per month. That's standard in the MMO world. That's how you get people. That's also not that I don't love Steven, not that I don't love Intrepid. Okay. But my responsibility is to you guys. My responsibility is to my audience. I want to let you guys know there are two marketing psychological tricks companies pull on you. It's FOMO, fear of missing out, and the sunk cost fallacy. Always be careful. Always be careful with bulk rate discounts because the way they package them makes them look really, really good. The way they package them makes them look amazing. But remember, figures lie and liars figure. I can take data and I can manipulate the font, the size, the placement, the alignment. Where do I put it? I can do a lot of things. You know, I can do a lot of things. And I can get you to be like, hey, we are doing a 1 year. Let's do 15 times 12. Okay. We are doing a pre-launch special. We are doing a pre-launch special. We are going to let you buy your first year of subscription time for only $150. But act fast, supplies are limited. 2 to a customer, some assembly required, batteries not included. 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. Just remember, when they give you a piece of data, hey, we're giving you guys this great deal. We're letting you buy your entire first year of subscription time for only $150, but you got to make that entire $150 purchase before you log into the game for the first time. You're like, wow, $150. That's going to save you exactly $30. Okay? It's going to save you exactly $30. Fear of missing out, what Warhead said. The combination of sunk costs plus fear of missing out is why MMOs that should be dead are not dying. Exactly. If you guys don't know what fear of missing out is, and you guys don't know what sunk cost is, fear of missing out is you buy it today because you're afraid it's not going to be available tomorrow. That's the only reason why you buy it. Okay. This happens all the time. Did you know that you can increase sales on an item by putting a sign over the item that says limited time offer? Go to a car dealership. Why limited time? All this shit everywhere. Limited time. Sunk cost fallacy. You spent $150 to buy 12 months of subscription time. Why do you keep playing the game? Because you've already sunk $150 into it. You think the game is absolute dog shit. You hate the game, but you've put $150 into it. So you keep playing it because you've already put $150 in it. Shamrock Shakes. Exactly. Shamrock Shakes. Why the hell can't McDonald's make the Shamrock Shake available all year long? Because then it wouldn't sell as many. The McRib. Why is the McRib back for a limited time? Because the McRib is back. I must go to McDonald's. I have been programmed for 50 years of my life. The McRib is back. I must go. And people do it. My daughter is brainwashed for the Shamrock Shake. She will hear the Shamrock Shake is back, and it's all the fuck I hear about. Okay, it's all I hear about is the Shamrock Shake because she loves them, and she can only get them for a limited time. Okay, cotton candy blizzards and some Dairy Queens. Yeah, exactly. Limited time. Must buy 3 or more. Yes, exactly. Guys, if you don't believe me, ready? I'm gonna shatter your minds. I'm gonna shatter your minds if you don't believe this theory. Fucking toilet paper. The fear of missing out. The ingrained fear that you might have to wash your ass with a rag after taking a shit. In March, there's a goddamn pandemic cycling the globe. People buying $300 worth of toilet paper and $40 worth of food. People bought $300 worth of toilet paper and $40 worth of food. The guy in the store, what was it? I don't remember how many he had. I want to say it was like 40. It was in the like 37 or 42. I forgot the number. The guy had an entire fucking cart filled with those refill bottles of soap. Okay, of the foaming soap. He had the whole cart filled with it. He was that asshole. It was in the 40s. Maybe if Tamir's here. Tamir's probably driving. We went, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys because I believe in truth. I always believe in truth. We went to Walmart, and I got 6 boxes of ramen. I got 4 big boxes of rice. I got 4 big boxes of instant mashed potatoes. We got 12 boxes of pasta. 4 of the big bottles of sauce, of tomato sauce. And we bought one thing of foaming soap. And the only reason why we bought one is most of the foaming soap in our house was at 1/2 to 3/4. But we bought one. And I'm standing there in line and my wife ran back to get something. And, you know, I looked over at the guy's cart and the guy had like 42. I want to say it was 42 or 47. I'm going to say 47 because 42 would have been like, it would have drilled into my head because I would have been like, holy shit, 42, Douglas Adams. So I'm going to say it was 47. Guy had 47 things of foaming hand soap, the big ones. I said, hey, that's a lot of hand soap. He's like, yeah, we don't have any soap in our house. Do you know how long one of those lasts? Oh, we're going to need it. Yeah, I'm trying to help you out, guy. Do you know how long one of those lasts? And just kind of walked away. He just kind of carted away. I don't think he was going to sell it on Amazon. I think the dude didn't wash his hands on a daily basis and he didn't realize that a 32 to 64 ounce bottle of foaming hand soap lasts my family of 4, like 5 months. Because you're not like pumping 97 pumps of soap. It's like little bit, you can clean your hands with it. And my wife and I are prior medicals, so we both had the goddamn Air Force, sing the Air Force song while washing your hands up halfway up to your elbows, scrubbing in, like clean your nails with the nail brush. Like you sing the Air Force song. Okay. It takes my whole family like 4 months to use one bottle of soap. That guy's got 10 years of damn soap. He's got 10 years of soap. And that's what people like. Some people genuinely do that because of scare tactics, but others buy up supply to sell it at markup. Yeah, I mean, you guys know I drink my tea. And I do want to give a shout out to Drink Arizona, right? Because they responded to my tweets and they retweeted me. Awesome company. I got worried, and you guys are great. I think it was Ember Tech that hooked me up. We couldn't find my tea anywhere. I had a bunch. I got a big order. I didn't order enough. And then Ember Tech found it at Walmart. We didn't even think about checking Walmart. We checked the Walmart, but we didn't check Walmart online. But we were doing anything we could to get me my tea because it's my drink, right? It's not like I'm not like a soda fiend, but if I didn't have this, I would drink soda. I tweeted out to Drink Arizona and they responded and they retweeted it. I was like, that's cool as shit. I got tea coming from Arizona now, not for free. I had to buy it. They should put my face on the Arnold Palmer cans. But yeah, people and their craziness. So this loops back to, I want to let you guys know, if a video game is trying to sell you a bunch of package deals, find out how much you're actually saving. Okay, you don't save any money. You don't save any money. Where's my damn mouse? Okay. If you spend $150 on a 12-month sub to a game that's usually $15 a month, you don't save any money until November 1st. You know what I'm saying? The last 2 months are free, but the first 10 months you still paid for. $150 for 12 months is overpriced, should be $120. Not if your total price. I wasn't using Ashes. I just said $180 to $150. For Ashes, it would be $120. It would come down. But you don't save any money until the 11th month starts. That means when you buy a 12-month subscription to a game, you commit to playing that game for a year. Otherwise, you're not getting your money's worth, and then you might have been better off. You might have been better off. You know, if your per month is $14.99, 12 months should be $9.99. No, 12 months shouldn't be $9.99. That's 33% savings. That's too much. That's too much. That you can't go that low. So you would go for $150. you do like 20%. If you're 150, you're going to do like 0.8. Oh, I guess it would be. That would be 20%. So yeah, you're right. Those 99s are throwing me off. Yeah, you're right. 20% off brings you down to 119. Yeah, 119 total. Yeah, you're right. That's the pricing. So Warhead's got it. Just remember, you don't save any of that money until the 11th month. Keep that in mind. That's where the sunk cost fallacy comes from. That's where they get you. Wait, hold on. Y'all are fucking throwing numbers at me. 15 times 12. Yeah, 15 times 12 is 180. So yeah, it was 180 and 150. I was fucking right. Get the fuck out of here. 15 times 12 is 180. Warhead. See, public math. We don't do fucking public math. We don't do public math. But then, see, you're not selling them. What you're doing is you're not selling them a per month. That's what you're not doing. You're not selling them a discounted rate per month. What you're selling them is, so you got 15 times 12, right? So you got 180. You got 15 times 12 for 180. And then what you do is you take $30 off of that. You're going for logic, Warhead. I'm going for marketing. I'm going for marketing. I'm going 20% off. That's why I said, always be careful about the deal. You're trying to get to a good deal. I'm trying to warn people about bad marketing. And you're right that the price point's too high, because what I just said was, hey guys, the normal retail price for a 1-year subscription is going to be $180. But if you sign up today on a limited time before you ever log into the game, you can buy that full year subscription for $150. Yeah, we're arguing different things. Always be careful before you sign on that line that is dotted, because you might not, like I said, if you get to 150, you don't save shit until you've played 10 months and 30 days. You don't see a single savings until the first day of the 11th month. Now, what Warhead is saying and getting the price pointing right, generally, what do you get? You get $1 off on a 3-month, $2 off on a 6-month, $3 off on a 9-month, and $4 off on a 12-month. Some weird shit like that. So you usually get $4 off your monthly fee if you give them a year's pay. I'm going to end up playing Ashes of Creation for at least a year. Because I have a year free. Sunk cost fallacy. Because I have a year for free, I'm going to play for a year. Well, what if a better game comes out? Oh, no. No, I can't play that other game. I'd be devaluing my alpha package. I paid all this money for this alpha package. They're going to make it better. Hey, guys, don't you dare be talking about it. They're going to make it better. They're going to be making it better. It's going to be, they're going to fix it. Don't you talk bad about my game. They're going to fix it. It's going to be great. It's going to be legendary. It's going to be the WoW killer. That's how everybody gets. Because if you guys don't know the psychology behind it, the sunk cost fallacy requires to break yourself out of the sunk cost fallacy, you must admit you were wrong. And the person you must admit you were wrong to is the person reflected in the glass. The only person that can break you out of the sunk cost fallacy is you, by looking yourself in the mirror and saying, we dumb fucked that one, didn't we? If anybody else tries to dissuade you, you immediately feel like you have to defend yourself with full zeal because your ego refuses to admit that you were wrong. That's where the sunk cost fallacy comes from. The fear of missing out is kind of predatory because it has fear in the title of the marketing technique. The fear of missing out. Just look at the adverts you get. And I'd love when you guys, if I make partner and the gaming show is going good. I'm already working on another product line. It's Jalan on Real Life. And I'm going to talk about real life shit like this and all them books on leadership and shit that I know. I want to start educating some people so they know this stuff. Look at the advertisements that you get. And you know what? You should never, ever, 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 ever buy something because you get an advertisement for it. You should never, ever, ever, ever buy something because you get an advertisement from it. So let me, do I have any, I'm gonna do this experiment real quick. Origin PC, high performance PCs. The next generation has arrived. Okay, let me, is this a picture? Okay, let's do this real quick. Before I got to bail, let's do this real quick. Okay. Okay, we've got our Origin advertisement came in, right? Let's just take a look at let's take a look at the marketing here. Ready? It's time to upgrade. Purchase select PCs and get a gift card, bonus digital games, free US ground shipping. Okay, pretty standard, right? Free. Free in big bold letters. Free. I'm giving you free. Fuck you and your goddamn free shipping. You're selling me a product. Okay? Fuck you and your free shipping. You either pay for the shipping or I pay for the shipping. Fuck your free shipping. It's not really a huge fucking deal, okay? It's not really a huge fucking deal on free shipping. But what do people see? Why is it bolded? Why is it bolded? Because there is a psychology of marketing that immediately makes you free. It drills into your brain. It infects your decision-making process. Bonus digital games. I don't give a shit about your bonus digital games. Okay? I don't give a shit. I am buying a PC. I am buying a PC. All right? I don't give a shit about your games. If I want games, I'm going to go buy I'm going to go buy the games. Why am I being so adversarial? Because I'm shopping for a PC, and this is how you have to fight back. You have to fight back against advertising. You have to get mad. You have to get mad when you fight against advertising. Enzon, 9/30/2020. Fear of missing out. Big red bar. Big red bar at the bottom of the screen. So they're already getting on you for the fear of missing out. Free, bonus, up to $320 in value. Digital games and free ground shipping. Holy shit, guys. Holy shit. I'm getting ready to buy a new PC, and I wasn't getting ready to buy it today, but I got this email. I got to do this now, because if I don't do this by 30 September, I'm going to miss out on my $50 Visa reward card. Okay. Notice what it says. What are you showing? You're showing one desktop, you're showing two laptops, and the $50 reward card is only on select laptops, okay? So, this advertisement. Purchase a laptop with an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070 or 2080 and get ripped the fuck off, because we have all these 2080s and 2070s in stock. Oh wait, hold on. What did you say? $320 must be shit? Yeah, it's bad advertising. Why do you have $320 next to this image? It's a $320 computer. It must be shit. That's bad on them, because that PC isn't what they're selling for $320. You're not selling this for $320. That's just how much they want to give you for free. We scroll down here. Look at purchase a laptop with an NVIDIA GeForce. Okay? Or 2070 or 2080. Because holy shit, guys, we know exactly. We know that in about 4 weeks, when the 3000 series is out, we're going to have a whole fucking stockroom of shit we're going to have to slash prices on. So if you were looking for a computer today, and you were looking for this computer today, print this out, have your little manila folder on your desk, put it in there, leave yourself a sticky note. Hey, in 30 days, I'm going to look at this. Graphics cards normally don't go down in price. They do when the 3000 series does exactly what the 2000 series does for the exact same price point. The exact same price point. Now, you notice what's funny here? Here's what's funny. Here's what's funny. They're not even selling you a laptop here. They're selling you advertising. Digital copy of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Digital copy of Rainbow Six. Digital copy of Marvel Avengers. Digital copy of blight bound. Free shipping. Here's the thing. Free shipping is bullshit because it's never free. Free shipping is never free. The shipping is already factored. Trust, I'm telling you guys, I'm a logistician. Free shipping is never free. Free shipping is never free. They've already factored it into the price. They just upped the price so they could put free shipping on it. If the shipping was going to be $40, they raised the price by 50 so they could give you free shipping and make $10 more. All right? Purchase a desktop and get. Purchase an M-Class RTX Studio desktop. 3 months of Adobe Creative Cloud. A $238 value. How many of you actually know what the hell you're going to use Adobe Creative Cloud for? I mean, so I just use this one. I'm not picking on Origin. They just happen to be the people who had dropped an advertisement in my box. Guys, if you get an advertisement for something, print it out and come back to it 3 days later. Go through with a black marker and scribble off all the frees. Look at the ad. Look at the ad for the sake of the ad, right? I mean, that's not bad if you use Adobe software and don't have a license, but that's so specific. Yeah, and I'm willing to bet that if I went into the fine details of that, it offer not applicable to current users. It's not going to just give me 3 months for free. I'm going to have to stop my Adobe Creative Cloud, use a new one for 3 months, stop that one, go back to my original one. I guarantee you it's going to be new customers only. It's just buried. Let's see. Once the 3070 sells out, they're going to mark up the price. No, they won't. The 3070 is priced to fuck with AMD. See, and here's the problem. We want AMD to be successful. A lot of people are like, well, I hate AMD. I'm an NVIDIA guy. The only computer I've ever had blow up is an AMD computer. And when I say blow up, I was literally in the middle of a raid and that motherfucker started smoking. Okay? It's the only I don't like AMD. There's a guy on the official Discord, the official Astra's Discord. He's an AMD guy. Literally, it took me 2 years to convince the dude his argument wasn't about performance. It was about performance per value. So if AMD closes shop, NVIDIA has a monopoly on cards and prices go to the moon. Yes, exactly. Because if AMD closes shop, NVIDIA can raise the prices as long as they can justify the price cut to the courts. They'll say, well, Your Honor, why should we eat the R&D cost anymore? Why should we eat the R&D cost anymore when we don't have a competitor? So, it's real simple. You want to have competition. But the thing is, that's a monopoly though. It's not a monopoly. You cannot call a monopoly if the other guy goes out of business. That's not how antitrust laws work. Antitrust laws prevent you from buying up the monopoly. If the monopoly happens because the other guy's a fuck up, that's not a monopoly. Now, the government will step in, and like I said, if you can prove it to the courts. If NVIDIA can go into court and say, Your Honor, we had a $3 billion research arc for the new cards that we did. We were eating R&D fees out of pocket in order to keep our prices fairly competitive with the other product line. The judge is going to say, okay, you had a $3 billion research fee. Prove that to me. Give me records. Okay. A couple of weeks later, he's going to come back and he's going to say, yes, I agree. You had $3 billion worth of R&D fees. And then they say, what we're asking for, Your Honor, is to be left the fuck alone because we're not raising graphics card prices up to $4,000. We're aligning them with this price pointing for this reason. As long as it falls within reason, they're good. Didn't they break up Singular? On a real quick, how TNT got busted, how AT&T got broken up. It's because AT&T for a while owned everything. AT&T used to own the entire fucking AT&T was Bell South, Southwestern Bell, Pacific Telesis, Ameritech, and AT&T. Over the years, AT&T bought up everything. They bought back everything because other competitors came into the market. Singular was bought out by AT&T in sometime between 1994 and 2004 on this chart, on this monopoly thing. But the reason why why Ma Bell got broken up into the Baby Bells is because AT&T was told, you have a monopoly. You must break up that monopoly. Well, now nobody gives a shit about landline monopoly because it's actually cheaper to get a cell phone. Believe it or not, you can get a cell phone cheaper than you can get your landline. But look who else provides home phone service. Every internet provider provides it. Skype provides it. So that was business. That wasn't businesses going out of business. That was them over purchasing their competitors. Yeah. If you like Disney, before I get out of here, guys, I'm going to jump to the talking screen real quick. I recommend you guys do some research into business so you can understand this shit because it's important. Disney recently bought Fox. Disney was told, however, by the courts, look, you got to give up something. You own too much sports. You own Fox Sports and you own ESPN. That's too much. You own too much sports. What are you going to give up? And Disney said, we're going to spin off from Fox. We're going to spin off Fox Sports and we won't own that. And the courts looked at it and they said, okay, you're fine. You can do that then. You can acquire Fox, all their movies, all their everything, as long as you spin off Fox News. So that keep in mind when you start doing acquisitions at that level, the court, you have to satisfy the courts as well. The courts will say, we have to oversee this acquisition because you're trying to buy too much stuff. So they spun off the courts. Now keep in mind, Disney owns Star Wars. They own Alien versus Predator. They own Aliens. They own a ton of shit. If for some way or reason Disney tried to acquire CBS, they would probably be told no. They'd be told, you own too much TV. So what are you going to give up? You got to diversify some of the TV. You own too much TV. So that's how they stop monopolies from happening. If all of a sudden Nickelodeon, NBC, CBS, ABC, all these places went out of business, if Netflix went out of business, Hulu went out of business, and you got Disney, the House of Mouse standing there with Disney Plus, they put the Fox movies on it. The government's not going to come along and say, you got to break up now, you're a monopoly. They're going to say you have to play fair until other competitors come along. I'll take one Ash's question, then I got to get out of here. I've seen it's rare when they step in and say you can't buy this. Yes, because usually you're not buying a monopoly. They did step in and say you can't buy the Fox Sports. You'd have too much. But yeah, they do review it all. I've seen a few of your videos where you talk about time to kill in Ashes as being at its fastest 30 seconds. I'm curious if healing values will follow along similar lines. I have this kind of doomsday scenario in my head where you spend 15 seconds doing DPS and a single heal will cover it up. If a single heal can cover up 15 seconds worth of damage, then they've really poorly managed heals per second. So in your doomsday scenario, they've fucked up. So yes, Disney owns Hulu. They own controlling rights of Hulu. I forgot about that. But they keep in mind, they split Disney Plus and Hulu into separate products. So no doubt they're going to spin off Hulu. I think they own all of it. You think I'd know this as a shareholder? Yes, Disney owns full control of the streaming service. They own 67% of it, and then they said they own 67% of it after the acquisition of 21st Century Fox, and they've agreed to purchase Comcast's third 1/3 stake in it, so they would own it completely. With that said, guys, I love my show. I didn't even take a break today. I absolutely love my audience. I love my show. Great on Ashes. We talked about some real world stuff. I will tell you guys, look down below at my Amazon Blacksmith. I got a lot of books in there. I know a lot of people are asking me on the off time. They're like, what should I be reading for self-improvement? My honest answer is I have a bunch of stuff in that section called professional development. Click into the professional development section of my Blacksmith, find a book. I don't care if you buy it through my Blacksmith or not, but you can click on a book. You can get some of them for free on Audible. Get your free trial of Audible. You can get some of the books I recommend for as little as $7 from Amazon. If you're currently not working, don't eat out one day this week. I beg you, don't eat out one day this week. Read the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. Read Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Read Lincoln on Leadership. Okay, read these books. They're like $7. If you can't afford $7, I understand that. Go to the library and get these books. Okay, get these books. Okay, get these books. These books are going to help you a lot more than that one Subway sandwich. Eat a can of Campbell's and eat a peanut butter sandwich and a can of Campbell's for lunch today. And buy yourself a self-development book. Buy it from me. I don't care. It helps me out if you buy it through my Blacksmith, but you can get them for as little as $7. Okay. I practice what I preach. I actually ordered a Dale Carnegie book that I owned. Okay. I owned it. I gave it away. I ordered another copy. I've started rereading it, and it already on page 3. No shit, on page 3, it's given me an idea of what I want to do with my content creation. So I beg you guys, please spend some time, do some self-development. If you can't buy the books, if you can't afford it, go to the library. They should have them. With that said, okay, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go get my flu shot. Can I do a video in the future about voice chat will work? Sure. Let me throw that on the list. All right. I'm going to get out of here. I will be back on Friday. What time am I here on Friday? I am here on Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 5 p.m. GMT. I'll be here on Friday. You guys can get me on Discord if you need me between now and then. I'm going to go pretend I'm not afraid of needles. I'm going to be brave for my daughter so she doesn't freak out. Take care, guys. It was an amazing stream.